Hello and welcome to another great best of 5 between Murk, Nimbus, and my dog Orcus. I'm Mardor.
And I'm Leche.
And here we are starting off with a strong draft phase. The first band coming out with Syndra.
Yeah, very strong first pick, or just blind pick right now in the meta, being able to decide whether she goes bot or mid lane gives you a lot of flexibility in that draft, and also gives you something a little extra to be able to just kind of throw in. And Murk and Nimbus say, we don't want to have to deal with that. We don't want to go from dusk to dawn or Stingus, but it turns out that there was an issue as Vanilla Coke is... So, client diff right now coming out for game 1, setting the tone for the series.
I'm sorry, I just can't stop laughing. We all know that Riot is a small indie company, and as such, has their problems, so...
This is, the real loser of this game was Riot. And now...
While we wait,
While we wait, I do want to talk a little more about going into draft. Both of these junglers are highly ranked, and in my opinion, kind of stars of each team in their both way. Both of them really like those early game junglers, if the OP.GGs are to be correct. Elise is Drops, one of Drops' favorite champions, so a lot of this game might be set by those early ganks, those early invades, you know, those really exciting plays that make me excited to always watch a fantastic jungler. So that's one of the things that I'm going to be really excited to see going into this draft phase, is the jungle matchup in particular, and how that's going to be pairing up with the mid 2v2 and influencing the lanes.
See, what I'm really interested in about is looking at these bot laners. I'm really curious about watching how Kali interacts against Stingus, and I really I'm curious to see how Stingus is going to play against Kali, and what they're going to bring out, or if they're going to just stay true to, you know, the characters that they like playing, or if they're going to bring something different out in these best of 5 matches.
Yeah, and Kali, this is a player who has topped the damage charts in a lot of Murk's games, even if he isn't, you know, acting like the hard carry in team fights. He loves the lethality Varus, loves that poke and the priority it gives his team in draft. And now, looking back up the bans, Thresh is coming out. That's one of the Furious Doctor's favorite champions, but a strong blind pickable support that last weekend, if you remember, we saw getting first pick trio in multiple games. I think 4?
Yeah, out of the 5 games, yeah, there's 4 matches where Thresh was first pick.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen, at least yet, in this series. Now, talking about the support matchup, both of these supports love their hook champions, they love their engagers. Leona, Nautilus, Thresh is sadly banned, but Pyke, all these champs, expect to see them on the Rift, if not in Game 1, some way in this best of 5 series. And Rakan, a very strong response with the MF Leona, and so far, it looks like that's what Kali and a Furious Doctor might be looking to pick up.
No, it's really interesting, because if they do decide to go with that Leona, you know, we know how Rakan. We know that Leona can, you know, if you're fast enough on your feet, you can't actually deal with that Rakan. You can't actually stun him before the knockup comes through and actually lands, which would be major for your team. Well, I'm really curious to see if they're just going to go with Xayah Rakan, tried and true, or if they pick a counter jungler here to then deal with the Gragas, and then risk the Xayah being banned away. I'm gonna see in 3 seconds.
Yeah, if you don't, both of these teams not finishing out their bot lane. The Maokai could be in support. We know that champ has been flexing a lot into that bot lane position recently. But instead of opting for Leona, the hard Rakan counter pick, Murk went towards Gragas. This is one of Drops' strongest champions. The early impact and just versatility throughout the entire game that he has is really powerful. Gragas is one of those champs that in competitive, you have to be on top of your game on him at all times, because he's just been strong for so long. And a little bit of an unconventional jungle pick that we haven't seen, at least in high level competitive, for quite some time. Hecarim.
Now, here come the bans, as I expected. The Xayah on the blue side and the Leona on the red side. They really want to get rid of that. The Xayah, of course, you don't want to leave Xayah Rakan up if they decide to actually go with the jungle. pick there instead of the bot lane and just finishing that out. So now what's going to happen is, do they just pick their AD carry here, which is probably... That is, again, not an AD carry I have seen for a long time.
It has been a hot second since I last saw Twitch, and I am excited because this is the kind of ADC who will just pop up and wreck your day. He is such a powerful champion, and by saving mid counter pick, this has actually been a, although unconventional, very strong draft from both teams. But the one thing that Murk and Nimbus know going into this is that my dog Orcus need a strong AP mid laner, and Boone picks up his heavy comfort in the Vel'Koz, saying, you know, you can go a strong AP mid, I will just match you and do you one better.
Vel'Koz, we have seen Boone, especially again in the other best of 5 that we cast, that Boone loves that Vel'Koz. He's good on it, he's comfort for him, and I don't think he actually dropped a game while he was on that Vel'Koz, and he just did extremely well, so much so that the other team just was forced to ban it away.
Now the hard counter-picking Kiana just wants to push in or kill Vel'Koz on repeat and impact those side lanes, unless this is an Aatrox mid, which, you know, both of these would be quite fun. There's a lot of flexibility right now that could happen in the draft. Maokai and Set could swap, Kiana and Aatrox could swap, so...
We're gonna wait until these last couple of seconds before we actually
I'm gonna wait
say who's going where, because if this is a set support, that would be interesting to say the least. Okay, so it is confirmed. It is a set support. Maokai top lane, Aatrox mid going up against the Vel'Koz, Kiana dealing with the Maokai.
I absolutely love set support, and he's pretty strong to Rakan, being able to just face breaker Rakan out of a lot of what he can do is incredibly strong, and if Rakan ever tries to ult into your backline or get on your team, Set can just say no and absolutely reject that nation, throw him back into his own team. So, a counter pick, as a set support, and something else I do kind of want to touch on, though, is the backline disruption that is on my dog Orcus' side. You have some classic backline disruptors, Rakan, Aatrox, Hecarim, so a lot of this is going to be on Kali and Boone to be able to survive in these fights, or a Shadow Figure and a Furious Doctor to help his team get that peel. But by the exact same notion, Twitch needs some kind of front line, and sometimes you can generate that just by screwing with the enemies. Team fight, of course. But if Twitch gets popped in these fights, Murk should just be able to kite back, deal some damage, and win these fights playing them a little slower.
I couldn't have said it any better myself. As we're waiting for the spectator delay to tick down, we will go on break. So don't close those browsers, don't go anywhere at all, and we'll see you here after a 2-minute break. Hello and welcome to the first game of Akuma Nimbus. Nimbus first.
Hello, everybody,
We
and
are
welcome
here.
back to the first game of Murk Nimbus versus my dog Orcus. Sorry, Mardor seems to be a little,
Suffering brain damage.
yeah, a little bit of, just a little bit as both teams looking like they're starting out with a 5-point, making sure nothing funky happens on early in this game, as both of them have pretty substantial scaling and they're just kind of handshaking. We want to wait it out for this. Now, Kiana and Aatrox have actually swapped. The players are just, they're swapping, so a little bit of flexibility in draft being shown here.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. Everybody knows that top and mid are essentially the same thing anyway, right? They're both solo lanes. They both do the exact same thing, and it shouldn't affect them too badly.
Yeah, both of them must be pretty confident going into this, but one of the worries is the later this game goes, the easier it will be to itemize against my dog Orcus. Murk and Nimbus really only have to deal with armor, whether it be from Dusk to Dawn, Iron Player. Vanilla Coke will just be screwed because when all you have to itemize is armor, lethality, any lethality champion is in a really big pickle, so the later this game goes, the stronger a Furious Doctor and Shadowy Figure will be in team fights as they approach almost unkillable status.
What's really interesting, this is a matchup I don't...
Oh, pardon me, but Alston's going in. Callie gets knocked up, and Stingus is looking for something but a flash facebreaker from a Furious Doctor. He's looking for these initial fights, and when you blow a flash from set, you think that's pretty good, and then you notice he's going Omnistone, so he's got Hex Flash in the back pocket.
That set is ready for anything. With Omnistone, he will have a Keystone prepared for any situation, and I'm left to consider waiting for, as fights break out around the entire Rift, I'm just waiting for something big to break out. This is a matchup I have not seen before in bot lane. I don't think I've, the Rakan Twitch versus the Set Misfortune. I think we can talk about each one as a champions, but in coordination, it should be pretty interesting.
Drops is looking. Both these junglers actually are down here, and a Furious Doctor misses the Facebreaker, and Drops is spotted out. Now Iron Player is going in with the charge. Drops manages to get out, but Olsen's following up. Now Drops is getting lower and lower, but both teams say we're just going to take this trade and back off. Drops, when he backs here, though, a very important thing to note. Both of these junglers, or only Drops does, but he has Predator, which means that a really strong clear is just clearing your entire bot or top side, then heading back, grabbing your boots, a control ward, picking up your sweepers, and being able to head forward with so much more power compared to the other jungler.
Now, Predator is going to be pretty massive, but Hecarim has his little charge. Interesting that he did go Conquer, so he's going for that tankier... Wait, no, that's not. Yeah, he did go Conquer, so he's going for that, a little bit of that tankier build. As we see Dusk to Dawn get poked out, which is going to be a big worrisome... Furious Doctor is seeing one of those Hex Flashes. I keep expecting something big to happen. I'm waiting for those Hex Flashes to come in big, make a big play. So far, he's either been spotted out or they've just backed off enough for the Hex Flashes to not do anything. As the camera is switching around, does not know where to go. So much fighting going on.
We see a lot of pings. Now Hecarim is here. He's going to be looking for Callie. A Furious Doctor misses the Facebreaker, and that means that Callie's going to be forced to flash away. Alston still manages to land a knock-up, and here comes Shadowy Figure. He's looking for something. Alston's really low, does flash out. Now Vanilla Coke is here. No longer has the root, but he's going to go back in, and a Furious Doctor is actually slain. He stepped up a little too far there.
Now, oh, okay, so I am pretty sure we did see a teleport coming out, but it was canceled. Probably teleport. Yes, as we can see, Shadowy Figure's teleport is on cooldown. Dusk to Dawn probably did a quick Q or E to stun him out of that. And it now looks like he's about to get
and here comes the punishment for that. Drops and Shadowy Figure do not like that, as both of them head up, and Drops walks away with 1 health. This guy, massive brain, he's busted out the calculator for this game.
No, see, he walked away. He was like, I got this. It'll be fine. There's no fear in that man's eyes, as we see now Dusk to Dawn without teleport. So both top laners' teleports are down for the next while. And we just see a constant clearing of vision, putting down some wards. Boone just doing what he does best, getting CS calmly. As you can see, he's already actually beating this Kiana CS, but she does have that first blood from bot lane, which is major. Got the Tiamat to help her against this Vel'Koz CS king.
Yeah, both of these champs are pretty much playing the game just as they want it right now. Kiana knows she's going to miss her wave or two, but being able to impact side lanes is critical for her, and she's going all in on that. Playing more like a Talon now, picking up the Tiamat instead of going right into the Serrated Dirk, knowing that her win condition is impacting side lanes, not obliterating Boone in lane, because he's been playing pretty safe so far.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing is how... if Boone is able to get off on his Vel'Koz, and I mean, right now, although he hasn't made any, gotten any big kills or anything, he's CSing fine. He's going to get that gold that's just going to start scaling up, and eventually that's just going to be a very big threat, especially that Glacial Augment Vel'Koz, as we've seen him play before. Now we do see Furious Doctor with that Dark Harvest. Is he going to be a little bit more aggressive?
Shadowy Figure and Dust to Dawn just hitting each other back and forth. Shadowy Figure was looking for that fight a little longer. Third Q hits, though, and that means Dusk to Dawn wins the trade 9 times out of 10. But Shadowy Figure is going... he has more sustain in lane as long as Aatrox isn't constantly fighting him. So he's going to look to just heal up on these minions, get in an advantageous state. So we see a lot of attention around this top side. Both teams probably trying to get some vision, trying to get some setup for the Rift Herald. Being able to dictate how that top side goes means that the first few plates and possibly tower of this game will go your team's way. So Drops is now resetting, picking up the pink wards because he knows that what comes next is objectives, and Dust to Dawn actually has to take a turret shot in that engage. He's going to pop the ultimate. So does Shadowy Figure. Now, Dust to Dawn is healing up. He's trying to get all the health he can, but Shadowy Figure hits him. Just a solo kill in the top lane. Maokai versus Aatrox. That is not how I expected that to go.
Really, I think the biggest thing is there was, the missed Q from the Age, that missed third Q, he did dash, gets hit by the turret, which deals some damage, and the Bramble Vest, the first buy of Bramble Vest from the Maokai to just stop his healing as quickly as possible. As we see a lot of pings coming down, a lot of...
Vanilla Coke was trying to game Murk, but maybe Murk gamed him. The Supreme Display of Talent's actually going to hit a lot there and stealing a lot of damage. Ulson is getting burned down. The Ignite might be enough to tick down, and Misfortune Callie picks it up with that double tap. Now Stingus trying to run away, see if he can farm from a safe distance, but a Furious Doctor's flashes up, and we've seen how he plays these lanes.
He's aggressive, but I do think that Murk is probably going to want to just... See, that's what threw me off, was that it came. Murk is trying to just set up, get some vision around for Dragon. Oh. Does not go for the flash play as we saw him do earlier. Possibly could have hit it for that, but Stingus is just going to try to catch this wave under turret. And Murk Nimbus is going to calmly back. While there seems to be a lull in the fighting...
Shadowy Figure, as soon as you say there's a lull, Dust to Dawn is taking the bad end of this, but some nice Qs means that it's going to go relatively even. And now, Iron Player is deciding, I'm going to try and take this dragon on vision. Callie and a Furious Doctor both backed because they liked what they had, but Callie stuck in the fountain for far too long, which means she's not going to be on the map, and this dragon is almost assuredly going to go over to my dog Orcus.
So, okay, all right. I'm looking at this dance. Okay, there's the dragon slain by the side of not Murk, of my dog Orcus. So we're just gonna wait around. They do have vision on Drops, so Alson looks like he might.
Drops getting caught out a little bit here. He's trying to body slam out, but he didn't manage to land it. Iron Player feared him with that charge, and that's going to be Drops falling, but Shadowy Figure knows that means Dust to Dawn is alone in the top lane. He's going to get a massive trade on him. Dust to Dawn keeps getting poked out here as Shadowy Figure might look for more. Yeah, he's just keeping Dust to Dawn under his turret. Aatrox is one of those champions that if you can let him survive to the late game, gets so strong. Now, Alson is going on to Callie. Callie, though, is perfectly fine with that. The bullet time dealing a lot of damage, forcing Stingus away from that, and that means that this wave is going to crash. Stingus is going to lose a lot of golden XP.
Now that was really big because although Olsen went in, Kali just had to wait for his ult, wait for his W to come out, and all of a sudden,
Oh, here's Vanilla Coke, the flash, and the supreme display of talent. Boon's going to flash, but the stun's still going to go off. That could have been the reason he survived, though. Vanilla Coke with the all-in didn't succeed, but forcing flash out of a Vel'Koz means that Iron Player smells blood in the water. He's going to be hunting for this guy if he ever pushes out from under his turret. And even if he is under his turret, you coordinate a little bit, maybe bring up Olsen, and that Vel'Koz is still going to fall. An artillery mage cannot be caught out like that.
As we can see immediately, as I was saying earlier, Kali was just fine with letting Olsen go in because if Olsen goes in, she waits for that, waits for bullet time, and all of a sudden the damage is there. Set and Misfortune both deal big damage, so Olsen has to wait. They're right now, like, if they decide to get in there, pull in that damage, like, Set got the pull off, got what he wanted, so that way Twitch and Rakan were right there waiting, and there was nothing they could have done. They should, Olsen tried to just go in, get some W, get some damage in, but it just, at that point, it's too late. They need to either stay separated, so that way Set does not land that double like pull in towards him, or figure out just some way to deal with that.
A lot of the onus down there is on a Furious Doctor to outperform Olsen on the Rakan. Now, Drops might actually be caught out. It's going to be difficult to body slam in this position, but he does manage to get out. Now 3 are topside, and Shadowy Figure goes in on Dustudon. Being forced to keep taking this trade, and now here comes Vanilla Coke. He's going to get slowed by the sapling, and that does actually force her away. And now 3 members are up here. Furious Doctor managed to walk his way up, and now so many members from both teams are going to be contesting this Herald.
Vanilla Coke getting poked down by Boon. So here's the big thing about this Maokai versus Aatrox. Maokai is more than happy to just keep taking the trades, keep dealing damage, because he's healing up. He's got Grasp, he's got his pods, he's got Bramble Vest, so he's stopping.
Oh, sorry, you've been up. Vanilla Coke is going in. Supreme Display of Talent is up, and it's going to stun up Boon. Now, Sting is in trouble, but a nice Cask is actually going to put Sting back in damage range. Now, Bullet Time is hitting 3, hitting 4. And a Furious Doctor is the one who picks up the kill onto Olsen. And now Iron Player is in trouble. The Ignite goes down. He's not going to have as much healing from that Conqueror now. Kali picks it up with a massive crit, and Stingus runs for his life. Seems like it's kind of been like this every fight where Stingus is trying to provide that backline damage. Picks up the assist, but has to walk away after his frontline falls. This time, though, a Furious Doctor is looking. Facebreaker is going to make sure that he can't take the boom plant, but some nice micro positioning from Stingus means that he might just get out here. Now, Vanilla Coke is in trouble. Manages to get her way over the wall, but the fight is finally over. No objectives gone to either team, but Murk is now leading 2.5K with all of these kills.
It was major. Again, Kali just got her ult off on Misfortune, and it just didn't matter. The Misfortune ult just deals the big damage, gets what they want, and my dog Orcus just had no way of stopping it. They had gone in on that Vel'Koz. They had already used the ult from Kiana. They had tried to get the kill, and although they were able to deal big damage, just the big factor of Kali is going to be a big threat in these fights now. Kali's 2-0-3, he's got 97 CS, and is just very comfortable on her build. Already has that first item of Essence Reaver, whereas Stingus is behind by,
very candidly, so I don't remember you, but Olsen gets chunked out. Now Drops is looking. The Predator damage might just be enough, but Olsen is going to manage to battle dance out of there. Oh, actually, wait, Drops is looking for this, and he lands it! And the body slam follow-up, 274 gold, going into Drops' pug, and Olsen is not feeling good after that one, and that means Dragon Prio goes right over to Murk.
So, see, the first dragon might have just been free for the side of Orcus, but right now we're noticing that Murk is totally fine grabbing up the second dragon and getting ready for now this Cloud Soul. Both dragons have 1 point, both teams have 1 dragon and are ways to go, but Cloud will be very major in giving, especially the side of Murk Esports, those ults. They really want the bullet time, the Vel'Koz ult. Not only that, but that movement to go around the map, just keep on rotating and get exactly.
Now Boon's getting caught out, and it looks like he could be in trouble. Doesn't have flash this time in the Supreme Display of Talent is what just absolutely chunks him, and mid and bot turrets, it seems, are getting traded. But back to your point, what is very important to notice is I do think how many champions in this game are defined in team fights by their ultimate abilities. Twitch being able to be even farther back, the supreme display of talent, Hecarim's charge, Aatrox becoming almost an unkillable tank. All these champs on the side of my dog Orcus, and a lot of them as well on the side of Murk, love every Cloud Drake they can pick up. It provides them more options to look for fights and more dominance while they are in it. So both of these teams are going to be contesting the Dragon very highly, and now Furious Doctor just predatoring because he has it up.
It's the beauty of Omnistone's set, you know? You never know what keystone you'll get that'll just let you run around the map, let you clear wards very quickly, as we can see by him just going from bot jungle to top jungle and now doing a dance. We're waiting to see if another fight breaks out in top lane as both teams start prepping for this potential next fight as top lane and bot switch spots.
Yeah, this is very interesting because we're pretty much just doing this because you want to keep your bot in a very safe spot. So putting them bot lane where they've already lost a tier 1 is not advisable. But what this is causing you to give up is that dragon pressure. So we're going to have to see in 3 minutes if it's still the Maokai Aatrox in the bot side. Because if it is, that could not be looking good if both these teams are trying to rush towards that Cloud Soul. And Shadowy Figure has been really dictating this lane, especially now after these one team fights and drops. Is looking for Vanilla Coke, and Vanilla Coke actually follows the double tap, I believe, coming out from Misfortune. Iron Player does manage to pick out drops, but here's the Disintegration Ray, absolutely shredding. Double kill going over to Vel'Koz. A triple boon is showing why you can't let him have this champion over and over in the playoffs.
And that's major, major, major. Boone has just, every time he's gotten this Vel'Koz, he's just been able to dominate.
Oh, Shadowy Figure's still looking for this fight. Dusk to Dawn really wants to get something back for his team on the bottom side. And as long as his ultimate is up, he's going to be out-healing Shadowy Figure, but now it's down. He needs to be careful. Both top laners disengage. Balmy Cinder deals a lot more than it used to. Still kind of shocked by that item. Now basically being a carry item, providing tanks like Maokai so much more damage in this lane phase, and you already see the results of what I was talking about at the beginning of the game. Maokai doesn't have to take a pit stop at any Spirit Visage. He just goes right into Bramble, Tabby, Sunfire, and possibly a Frozen Fist, because if the more armor he specs into, the happier he is. The Rakan is the only one dealing magic damage on the side of my dog Orcus, and that is not at all a substantial amount.
And that's going to be major, major, major. That Rakan is, I think they tried to go with this Kiana, but now all that's left to do is just build armor on the side of Murk, and apparently the team of, of my dog Orcus is just not going to be able to do much. Really, their Twitch is, some true damage, I guess, but it is majorly just that physical damage, especially on the side of that E. And until Twitch gets the items that he needs, he hits that 3-item power spike, he's nowhere near important enough to the team. So for a vague time, and especially now that he's behind, a large portion of this game will be dictated by what Murk decides to do in these next 10, 15 minutes until Twitch is able to get his items that he so desperately wants.
And I would not be surprised to see Stingus pick up a Last Whisper here coming into his second or third item. Perhaps not finishing it, but when you are an AD, you have to burst through the front line as well. And now, it seems like Shadowy Figure is caught out, but being able to heal up so much in these fights means a lot. But now he's going to finally get caught out. Ignite is burning him down, and he's looking for these planes to keep him alive. Vanilla Coke is so low in a bullet time. So much damage there. Comes out of Callie, and Boone on the backline flashes the frontline Aatrox. And now Dust to Dawn actually healing up so much in these fights. Olsen is also going to survive this fight. He's going Orcus's way. Dust to Dawn perhaps failing the dash there, and that fight at the beginning looked so good for Murk, but it started to trail off really fast.
Yeah, I think what was major there was they got Shadowy Figure, they got that poke on Shadowy Figure. They stopped him from being able to do much. I'm not sure if Murk was just forced off by the Kiana ult that just went around that Dragon Pit and really stopped them from approaching, or if they got stunned by it. We weren't able to get a good, clear glimpse of that. And then after that, I think, they were able to get their ults off. They were able to try to deal some damage, but Vel'Koz wasn't in that fight, right? He wasn't in a prime position for for his ult to come out. He did end up getting the kill on the Kiana, but that was really just using a water gun, gets the Hextech GLP off, and just gets the kill because she was so low from bullet time and other things. And so they didn't have one of their 2 major sources of damage, and then it just kind of fell apart. They all died, and they didn't have any way to peel and stay back.
And this is one of the ways you look to get back into the game. As my dog Orcus, you're still a little over 2k gold down, or 2k gold down. So you need to take fights like this and get back in front. You need your Kiana ahead. You need your champions to be able to pick up the gold, to get their core items and that armor penetration, to be able to deal damage. And now Alston manages to battle dance out of that one. The disintegration ray from Boone, trying to delay this vision takeover that my dog Orcus have been able to make on the top side of the map around Baron.
And what's really big of that is that you have Twitch, you have these kind of champions that when they just start wailing away on all the...
Uh-oh, Alston gets hit by the body slam and drops this out the cask. He is fishing for something, but he doesn't manage to get it this time.
I think just a little angry that Orcus was able to get something so good off that fight around Dragon last time that he's really trying to, take revenge for his team.
Another body slam. Alston, though, is so slippery, been able to get himself out of a lot of fights. And now Shadowy Figure is looking for something. The Twisted Advance comes out, and this fight is do or die. Now Callie's getting bursted out. Vanilla Coke manages to get him down through the heel. Showstopper. Vanilla Coke is going to die for Callie, but if you're my dog Orcus, you're actually going to be pretty happy with this. AD for mid assassin. That is exactly what her job is now. You peel for the Twitch. You get good backline disruption, and these fights should be yours. But at the same token, you have to be careful. Boone is still alive, and if he's left alone in these fights to poke and to deal damage, it might be it. But now the battle dance coming through, and Boone's going to have to stopwatch. Alston is in trouble, and Boone's going to get taken down. A shutdown coming through for Iron Player. Now Shadowy Figure is in trouble. 4 versus 1. Will he be able to heal through it? No, gets knocked up. And that trade, that initial engage from Vanilla Coke is what set Murk up for that. They were able to execute on the team fight they wanted to, instead of letting Murk kind of toy with them around in the mid lane.
And that's really big, right? Now, what happened there was, Vanilla Coke just said, okay, I'm going in, we're going to kill a Callie. That's going to be I'm definitely going to die for this. But Callie goes down. That's half the fight gone from the side of Murk Nimbus. Sure, Set deals damage. Sure, Gragas is but the rest of them are just tanked.
Oh, and now Callie's looking for something, but Vanilla Coke is back up and looking for round 2. And in comes Furious Doctor and Callie, but they're walking right up to 4 members. Looking for a Baron that they had no right contesting. That's just going to be 2 kills going into the pocket of my dog Orcus. They're feeling really good after this play. Bouncing back now with 3k gold lead. And Baron, they're getting ready to crack this base open.
Now, what happened there, not really sure what Callie and Furious Doctor were really trying to do. I think they just wanted to see if they could pressure them off of it in some way, shape, or form. Don't think they hedged a bet on the fact that the Kiana was back up and that the rest of their team decided to just back off and let it go away. Now, what happened there was, again, Boone tried to get a sneaky side play off, was hoping that Orcus was going to go in on the rest of his team and he would be able to get some kind of backline ult or something like that. But Orcus did see him, catch him out, and Twitch with that invisibility was able to approach quickly without them realizing, and Boone was just completely caught out. And they didn't even have to do any sort of trade like they did with Callie. They just said, okay, well, here's Boone, let's go in. Rakan gets his W ult off, and, Boone is left without any sort of escape, since he's an artillery mage, and is left charmed and knocked up for a very solid chunk of time.
And you can see, not just from the compositions, but also from the itemization how both these teams want to play these fights. Vanilla Coke has not picked up any armor pen, which means she knows her 2 targets are Callie and Boone. Specifically Callie, and you don't need to pick up armor pen if you're up against an MF with no armor stats to speak of, so she's not even wasting time. And every time, Callie is going to be the target. So Callie, a player we've seen have positional issues in these playoff games in the past, is going to need to be careful now. Everyone's going for him, and Callie's going to fall. Vanilla Coke picking up that one. Now Stingus is in a little bit of a situation, and a 3-man knock-up. Furious Doctor looking for something back, but Alston is also going to fall. Set a showstopper there. Vanilla Coke is going to get shut down now by Shadowy Figure as a Furious Doctor and him both duke it out. Iron Player, though, is going to make sure that Shadowy Figure, or pardon me, Furious Doctor does fall there. And now it's Shadowy Figure versus the world, but it seems like he's looking for this dragon. Might throw in a sapling, try and get some lucky damage, but it doesn't quite connect, and everyone on the map currently now is heading towards this box side. They're looking for something on the Shadowy Figure, maybe trying to dive. The Twisted Advance isn't up yet, but he's okay with that as he's now just going to try and chunk out Iron Player and Dust to Dawn. Taking these extended fights, he's perfectly happy with.
I think the biggest thing about the Shadow Figure is that although he might not be able to get any kills there, he is at... Oh, the Sapling's going to have to run all the way to base. He is totally comfortable and just will not die unless everybody on the side of Orcus is just on top of him. What was really big there was I don't think Boone's Zonia was up. I don't think he was able to survive against, you know, the Kiana just onslaught. Kiana just jumps on him, keeps staying on him, and Boone was able to do nothing. The Vel'Koz does not have any sort of escape, was separated from his team. They were able to get, you know, the revenge kill on the Twitch, on the Kiana, on the Rakan, but by that point, almost everybody was dead on the side of Murk Esports, and they really... Murk Nimbus, I say Murk Esports. And they really, really just have to figure out a better way of taking these fights, because so far these fights have been very one-sided and very strong on the side of Orcus, and Murk Nimbus is going to have to figure out something to do to protect their carries.
And the way is, you do front-to-back team fights. Mark have, you know, drafted for this. They're looking for these fights. They want Callie and Boone to be in a safe position as they wreak havoc on My Dog Orcus, but that's just not what's been happening. My Dog Orcus have been the ones picking the fights. Olsen and Vanilla Coke, in particular, have been really kind of finding Mark in these very, very, very bad spots for them. So being able to get on Callie, pick her off before every single one of these fights means that they're doing something right, but also you have to look at Murk and you have to say who is peeling for this misfortune. If she keeps dying, there has to be some way for her to be able to live through these fights, and so far it's just seemed like Callie's either stepping too far up, or Shadowy Figure or Furious Doctor isn't there to save her.
And I think that's going to be very major if they're going to figure out something that they can do. As we can see that on the side of Murk, they're going in for a little bit of...
Oh my god, Sting is actually in a crazy position there. Drops, blows the Zonias, but he is going to fall. And now that is the all clear for My Dog Orcus, as they're going to look for this top lane turret and try and crack that open, get themselves more pressure around the top side of the map and more assurance in the next minute when Baron comes up. That's what they're looking for. That's the way they cracked the base. They didn't have the time to do it last time because they were too busy getting back their gold lead. You can now see earlier in this game, 2-3k gold lead for My Dog Orcus. It was inverted earlier.
My Dog Orcus has really, really stepped up their game and has just... And now we're starting to see that Twitch is actually getting very close to that third. He's got the Zeal. All he's waiting on is to get the rest, which is he's about halfway to Rune Hands at this point. Once he gets that, that is Twitch's online, and he's a giant, giant threat. They were able to kill him last time, but will that be the same case in the fights to come, or are they just going to have to fear him as they... should a three item Twitch.
And the Death's Dance Ziz are now going through for both Aatrox and Hakarim, but Aatrox has hit that 2-item power spike and he's going to be looking for the third, Guardian Angel and Sterix. Once he gets one of those, this champ really just, he turns a corner and he becomes a havoc in any team fight. You see he's already gotten level 16, which means that the World Ender is going to be so strong. He will not be dying. And Callie right now is the only one with easily proccable Grievous Wounds, although Maokai does have it up. Aatrox is probably not going to be autoing him that much in the fights. But even so, you do kind of have to wonder if this will be coming through in any other spot for both of these teams. Because if Callie gets picked off in team fights, Dust 2 Dawn's going to be able to just have his way with the entirety of Murk Orcus. Or Murk Orcus, Murk Nimbus.
Now, what you can see really is that a lot of vision was already set up around Baron. They were trying to make sure that...
Oh, the Water Gun just making it not fun to play for my dog Orcus. But instead of going around Baron, both teams now have decided they're going to go for the easier to take objective Dragon, and Iron Player almost was going to try and get a reset off. But he's just pushing in this bot wave, trying to make this textbook for my dog Orcus. Push in mid and bot, get Dragon Prio and have a fun time. Now a Furious Doctor trying to pick out Vanilla Coke, but that's not going to go through. Stingus looking for something on the side as both teams decide they're going to start up this Dragon. Now Shadowy Figure trying to play frontline for his team, but might not work out so well if Dust to Dawn just decides to engage. And now here's Olsen, a massive Kiana actually manages to pick up drops, and Callie as well. That means drops is going to instantly fall. Disintegration Ray, though, is coming through Vanilla Coke, going to be dangerously low, and Boone does pick up that kill. But here's Shadowy Figure on the backline. Stingus is in a lot of trouble. Shadowy Figure is just healing so much in these fights. And now Murk Nimbus are looking to turn it. Boone dealing damage. Over the wall artillery mage range is just absolutely massive. 2 for 2 across the map, I believe. And also, Dragon going Murk Nimbus's way. They're not feeling too bad about that one.
As major, because as you can see, Orcus had the threat of Dragon Soul. I think that's what they really wanted, to make sure that they were around Dragon, make sure that they were set up, ready to go. And the problem there was that Orcus had set up all this vision around Baron. They were ready to take Baron. They were ready to, get that pressure in. But instead of just doing a trade for maybe Dragon for Baron, or trying to see if, they tried to set up vision around Dragon too late, and Murk was already there. They were already waiting. And then they were stuck in the dark, trying to figure out, okay, well, how do we go in? How do we do anything? And then all of a sudden, there was just nothing else that they could do.
Yeah, the beginning of that fight, though, still the right idea. Looking for something onto the backline, trying to burst Callie and Boone. That is how you have to play these fights, but they didn't get to Boone, which meant that he could still just shred through members. And also, Shadowy Figure is becoming an absolute menace. That guy 1v2ing Stingus and Iron Player. Although he didn't pick up the kills, he came out almost full health. And now, speaking of Shadowy Figure, he's going in, managed to land onto Stingus, trying to knock him back. And here comes the twisting advance. Stingus is going to fall. That's a lot of damage. DP on the backline. Dust to Dawn looking for Boone. 3 levels up. This guy is so high leveled, and Boone is actually going to bust out the stopwatch, just making sure he's safe. And both teams now looking around this Baron, but with no ADC, it's going to be up to Vanilla Coke, Dust to Dawn, or Olsen to try and get something onto Callie, onto Boone, trying to blow up these backline threats if they do start Baron.
I mean, that is pretty major that they get the Zonias for the next... If a fight did break out there, then the Zonias being gone was going to be pretty big. But I think Murk is happy just getting a kill on Stingus, getting in a little bit more gold, and then just waiting it out, and saving a fight for a separate time. You did see that Righteous Glory come out from Shadowy Figure that just let him chase him down, and Twitch just couldn't do anything about it. We're gonna see Twitch now with those 3 items, though, that I've been talking about this entire game. There's that 3-item Power Spike, that 3-item Power Spike, and what I really want to see now is if or when he decides to get some sort of not only lifesteal, but some sort of armor penetration, because we do see the Kiana has nearly full build. She went for the Lord Dominic's Regard. She has the Dusk Blade. She has the 3 lethality items, and now the only thing left to do is really just upgrade the TMI.
Twitch, buddy, you need armor pen. The reason Shadowy Figure is able to dominate these fights and just do whatever he wants is because nobody on My Dog Orcus can kill him. Kiana's not going to waste all of her abilities on him. That's not her job. She also just doesn't have the damage when almost all of her stats are spec'd into lethality. She just cannot burst that guy down. It is up to Stingus to do that. So seeing him Vamp Scepter does kind of disappoint me, but now fight is finally breaking out. Callie's pretty far stepped up, though. Callie's going to fall, but here is Boone Disintegration Ray, making sure that Stingus does in fact fall. Olsen, Battle Dance is out, but that means he's not going to have an easy way to re-engage back into the fight. Water Gun comes out, and that means that this area might be a death sentence for My Dog Orcus. And Shadowy Figure, once again, this guy's just not dying. He's on the backline, but it doesn't mean anything to him. He is going to fall towards the end of the fight, though. Boone, or pardon me, Drops is in a little bit of trouble. Boone just keeps flinging skill shots. Both teams managed to pick out a lot of members, but Vanilla Coke's in trouble, but so is Boone. Drops, misses the flash body slam, and he's going to fall his penance. Gets picked up there by the Infernal Chains from Aatrox, and that's an incredible fight from my dog Orcus.
They really get that final kill towards the end. Although it was a great, Furious Doctor was able to get that combo in to pull in the Twitch, then go behind him, land the ult to land the showstopper into the rest of Murk. They weren't, Callie was too far up, as you said, in the middle of the fight, and they just kind of got picked off. Boone was able to get a pretty alright ult off and was able to just kind of keep poking them down, but by that point it was too late. They got the kill that they wanted. They were able to just kind of separate off the rest of Murk's team, and now we can see that they're setting up for this dragon yet again.
Yeah, and I believe Callie is just picking up armor to try and not get one shot by Vanilla Coke, and she realizes the value that has up against them, and now Dragon is the next objective of choice. Shadowy Figure, the Twisted Advance means a lot. Red team still picks it up though, and Callie burning bullet time to try and get something there, and in comes Olsen, looking for more and more on the backline. Iron Player as well, disrupting. Callie though manages to survive. Shadowy Figure just sitting on the backline once again, bringing so many distractions, but will that be enough? And it might be. Stingus is getting incredibly low, but this is a 1v3. Shadowy Figure might not be able to get something out of this. Stingus is low, and he is going to fall. That's Cloud Soul, and an absolute wipe for my dog Orcus.
Now that was major. They got the Cloud Soul and immediately just turned using that extra movement speed. We saw Stingus just kind of try to sneak past Shadowy Figure, knows he doesn't want to take that fight, knows he can't deal with Shadowy Figure for right now, and instead wants to go on Callie on the Boone, flashes away from Shadowy Figure and drops on the Gragas so he can try to stay alive. Barely survives that fight, but that does let them take Baron. Now that they have the damage, they can actually do it, and they're totally fine.
Now, my dog Orcus, when you have a comp like this, it's really not that easy to be able to break open the base and siege turrets, because your comp's more about skirmishing and fighting, so Baron is crucial for them to advance in this game. Manage to break open the base, get inhibitors, and start pressuring Murk Nimbus enough to crack that Nexus and move forward in this series. And now, after these resets, it's just going to be 5 members on the map for both teams. It's a lot going to be about how these teams move around their macro and how they pick fights, because, when it's 2 comps like this and you're pressuring multiple lanes with Baron, one of those lanes is going to be weakened. With the speed that Vanilla Coke and Olsen are going to be able to get into the squishies of Murk Nimbus, whether it be mid, bot, or even top, the turret dive potential here as well. Baron, I cannot state enough how important it is for this team.
Now, what we can see now is Twitch is nearly full build. He's got that Bloodthirster, he's got his Runeheads, he's got his Bork, he's got his IE, he's got all those items that he wants. And now he can actually probably start trying to out-heal, if not, not perfectly, but out-heal a little bit of that Grievous wounds that's coming out on the side of Murk Nimbus. Because you see that both Callie and Maokai are the only 2 with any sort of healing reduction. Boone still hasn't picked up anything like that. It looks like he's starting to build towards a Rabadon. Same thing on the side. Gragas is just going for that tank. And of course that is just building his usual tanky items. So this is going to be major up until the moment that they can get something off. Interesting to see a Death Dance on the Misfortune. I think she just really thought, I need some way to survive this fight. I need something, because I'm getting dived on by this Kiana every single time.
And now Furious Doctor and Olsen are both looking for something, but it seems like they're going to get out so squishy. And now Dust to Dawn and Vanilla Coke have something to say about it. One of the Water Guns landed. Now Furious Doctor is getting chunked out. The grit might not be enough. Bullet time comes out, but that's not a lot of damage. And now Hecarim is on the backline. There goes Boone, and that is not a good trade. 2 for 0. And now Olsen and Vanilla Coke started to move towards this bottom side. It looks like my dog Orcus are just looking for the win now. 40 seconds, 46 seconds. on revive timers. Callie doesn't have bullet time. There just might not be enough damage. It's going to be a miracle for Murk Nimbus if they manage to hold on here. And Vanilla Coke goes on to Callie. Callie is trying to out-heal it, but she is going to fall. Shut down, though. Set manages to pick out the Vanilla Coke, but that's going to be a game one going towards my dog, Orcus. Murk, we're looking clean in the first 15-20 minutes of this game, but it all started to fall apart after that dragon fight.
I think Kiana got the item she needed to say, hey, you know what? Thirst squishies. I can go in. I can just start killing them. And after that, it was game over. They did not find any way of dealing with Kiana just constantly being able to jump on their back line. And they had no way of just stopping. If Kiana jumped in, then Rakan was able to try to get some charms off, get some knockups up. And nothing else could be done on the side of Murk Nimbus. They just didn't figure out some sort of counter, some sort of way of dealing with the problem of Kiana.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to touch on that a little more now that we've gotten into the post-game, because exactly like you were talking about, this Kiana and Vel'Koz were playing the beginning of the game how both of them wanted to. But the difference is that if you let Kiana play the game how she wants early, that's a lot different than if you let a Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz is waiting for those later items, waiting to be able to just burst down enemy squishies later on into the game, but Kiana got rolling early on. That Tiamat just let her constantly spam push the wave and impact bot, top, and neutral objective fights, and when Vanilla Coke just started realizing, oh yeah, I go on Callie, I win these games, really props to her for being able to turn this game around. And although it was after the later game, or pardon me, after the earlier and mid game, it was up to her team to follow through. Really, in the early and mid, it was all Vanilla Coke.
And that's going to be the biggest problem between that fight was what are they going to do now, especially in game 2? Are they going to ban away the Kiana? Are they going to leave it? Are they going to figure out some sort of way of dealing with an assassin like that if they want to keep the Vel'Koz, if they want to keep these AD carries that are squishy, like that is their thing, they're squishy, but they deal the damage that Murk Nimbus needs to win these games.
We're going to have to see how both these teams, or if these teams, I can't talk today, chat, adapt going into next draft phase. So we will be right back with game number 2, my dog Orcus picking up the first kill, the underdogs in semifinals. Murk Nimbus going to be looking to bounce back. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to game 2 of Murk Nimbus versus my dog Orcus. We are going to jump straight into the draft phase of these two teams. As we can see, Murk is now on red side and Orcus is on blue. We're seeing some similar bans. We got the Wukong, we got the Syndra again on the side of Murk Nimbus. They did ban that away last time. I think Sting is just really comfortable on Syndra, and you can also just rotate it mid, which we talked about last game. And we're going to see if they change up any of the other bans or if they're going to stick with very similar bans as Game 1.
And so far it does seem like both teams are sticking pretty similarly, but this time they don't want to see Boone on that Phil cause. One of his comfort picks this tournament so far is going to be taken away as well. Shadowy Figure has been very comfortable and very stylish on Kong, so it's getting taken away. And when you are on red side, you've got to take away some of those powerful first picks, and Ornn is not a champ you want to see fall into the enemy team's hand. So if you're looking for a pick who, you know, is not able to abuse him in the laning phase like very few champions even are, that is what you have to go for because of the value he provides to his team through the ornaments, because of the safe laning phase and incredible engage, and actually a lot of tanks are being banned out by Murk Nimbus. And also, we're going to see quite a bit of unique champs this game, because without the Maokai, Vel'Koz, or Gragas, it means both these teams will have to dig a little deeper into their pocket picks.
Now, I'm curious to see if Orcus decides to go with that set. Nope, they're just going to stick with the Aatrox. They thought Dusk's Dawn. They're like, you know what? He did fine last time. Let's just leave him on the Aatrox. Let's just leave these players do what they want to do and let them do their thing.
Yeah. Now, Aatrox, such a powerful blind pick for top lane for so long. It is one of those picks that, especially in Europe and in NA, we've been abusing for a long, long time, being able to just blind pick that. And once you get mastery on the champion, that you can just play it safe early and be an incredible backline disruptor later on in the game. It really means a lot. And now Drops didn't have the best performance last game, so he's being put onto Sejuani duty. And we were mentioning it last game, Kali loves Varus with on-hit lethality. Maybe he's going to pick up that, but no, Kaisa, a much more aggressive ADC to the Misfortune. And Kali's really looking to style on Stingus this game.
And instead we're gonna see just a nice little bit more damage dealing, a little bit safer AD carry, it looks like, on the side of Orcus, if that Caitlyn does go through. And another just very poke heavy champion on the side of Zoe. So I think we can start seeing that Orcus is building some sort of poke champions. They are building a bigger poke comp and ready to just kind of stop Murk from being able to ever engage.
Yeah, to really be the jungle and support can't be that different, so definitely this comp is looking to siege, put down Caitlyn traps, fish with Zoe bubbles, but now Thresh is going to be looking to challenge the side of my dog Orcus, a Furious Doctor. Last game that champ was banned, but this time he picks it right up, and the instant Morgana ban hard countered his champ is something that Olsen plays. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the way both these comps can go. Some great drafting, particularly I think from my dog Orcus, although we haven't seen the Caitlyn in quite some time, and we don't really know Stingus' proficiency on the champion. The Aatrox and Zoe are two fantastic blind picks for their lane. Zoe is able to go into almost any matchup, and so is Aatrox, so being able to build a comp out of these, though, with your last two jungle support picks, which are crucial for dictating the early and mid-game fights, is going to be a lot on how their draft moves forward, I think, to see how in this game they're going to be able to rest. And the Rakan ban comes at respect, knowing that Olsen doesn't need a Xayah to be able to make his moves in these games. Like last game, we really saw how he managed to pop off.
Really got those. I mean, Rakan is still just a threat even without Xayah. He's got that. He's got the knockup. He's got a charm. He can kind of just force everyone to just stand still and not really be able to do much. And if Olsen was allowed on that champion again, they just don't want to see that ever again. And so here we're going to see the Pantheon ban come out on the side of Orcus. So let's see, what Murk decides to pick last, and if they're going to just let, of course, they're just going to let their top laner stay up to make sure that Aatrox is going top, and there's no shenanigans going on with Iron playing or trying to do some Aatrox jungle or some even stranger Aatrox support.
Yeah, well, here, really, they just want to make sure they know that everything's going to be okay. Kali picking up the Corki, though, means that Murk are a lot more magic heavy than you might see at first, especially if this guy does decide to get more EP in. Blitzcrank, one of the solo queue counters for Thresh, being able to, as soon as Thresh starts to charge up his hook before him in the laning phase, as long as you have practice in that matchup, it's really, really rough, and it will be really, really rough for a Furious Doctor. And we were talking earlier on how Iron Player loves those early game junglers, Rek'Sai, Elise, and that's what it looks like he's going to be picking up here. And a lot of this game is going to be dependent on how Rek'Sai ganks bot and mid, because mid 2v2 is something we always talk about. If any bubble lands in lane and Rek'Sai is around, Corki will be dead, even though Corki with the Valkyrie is able to play so safe. It will be very, very difficult for him in this lane if he gets abused early. So one of the things I am expecting to see is how Rek'Sai manages to impact the game earlier on, whereas Sejuani is a later game team fight tank. So make sure to keep your eyes out on that one.
I think it's going to be very major, especially now that we do see the Jace come out for top lane, and so top lane should be a relatively safe location. So drops should, he can gank there once or twice, but drops can now have more maneuverability to go top, to go mid, to go bot, to get Corki ahead, so Corki can just start scaling, because we have seen Corki come out before in past games, in past series, in this tournament, and seen the absolute damage that Corki can do to a team to stop them from being able to do much.
Oh yeah, the damage threats now on Murk are a lot more potent than they were last game, and a lot more safe and flexible in the response to a Zoe, Caitlyn, Siege poke comp. Out comes the Jace. Shadowy Figure has shown that he can pop off on this champion, specifically in Sugar Free League, I believe, Sugar Free, or Phoenix Rising League. So this is a champ that he really likes as a counter pick, as a matchup. So I'm excited to see how this game turns out. Murk looking for those late game scaling fights to poke him out, but if My Dog Orcus can get an early lead in lane with their dominant picks, especially around bot side and mid, this game will be theirs for the taking. So as we are going to go into this spectator delay break, make sure you don't touch that browser and don't go anywhere, because as a wise man once said, we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Murk versus Orcus. First game did go to Orcus, and now we are up against set game 2. A lot of different champions coming out. We did see the Thresh now for Fierce Doctor. We have seen him on that champion before, and he did seem to like it. It was top priority last time Murk played, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, like I was breaking it down earlier in Champ Select, both of these teams know exactly how they want to play the game. Blitzcrank and Zoe want to be dominant in this mid and early game, whereas Corki and, Sejuani, Kaisa, they're perfectly fine waiting it out. Yeah, let's go to 35 minutes. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let me get my Man Immune Triforce. We can wait a little bit. So both of these teams similar play styles. As Iron Player decides he wants to hurt my ears by spamming the vision ping there, but yeah, both these teams know how they want to play the game, and it's pretty similar to last time, actually. But Murk and Nimbus this time having a lot of different tools in their pockets to make sure they get to pick the fights they want now, instead of having to play reactively.
I think that's going to be major. We did see last time Fierce Doctor did... I'm going to keep talking about the support, because last time Thresh was played, he was top priority. First pick or ban almost every game. And although a lot of bans did go out to Boons, Corki, the Veil Cause, and things like that, there were games where Thresh just seemed very, very dangerous. And now we have the Blitzcrank counter. Again, what we were thinking about was, oh, hey, like, Blitzcrank can do that damage. He is sort of the solo queue counter to Thresh. So will it succeed, or is it going to fail again? As both junglers start clearing their camps, and we wait and see what both teams decide to do, if they're going to get some big damage off, or if they're going to get some sort of skirmishing off, or if they're just going to let both sides CS.
Yeah, it also tells you how these junglers want to play. Rek'Sai knows that with the Blitzcrank Caitlyn, he wants to play bot earlier on, so he's starting in that topside jungle. Probably going to pick up level 3 here by just going red and then looking right for it, because that Rek'Sai tunnel, that just lets you get so much distance onto the red side bot lane. It's going to be so powerful. So after picking up this red buff, very likely that he heads down there, while on the other side, Sejuani is looking top and mid, trying to get this flash or cleanse out of the pocket of True Prophet, which we also should touch on a little bit. Both mid laners have gone cleanse, wanting to play very defensively early on. Zoe knows that if Sejuani ever gets the jump on her with a Glacial Prison, it's probably going to be it for her. And Boone knows if he ever gets hit by a bubble when he's below half health, it's going to be it for him. So both of them opting for a more defensive spell choice.
And I think it's very major, especially if Corki gets caught out. That will be Cleanse gone. But for True Prophet, if Cleanse does happen to go off, but he lands it on Boone as well, he will have that second Cleanse. That is the juicy power of Zoe to just kind of let things go on. Shadowy Figure trying to be more aggressive again this game. Wants to really push down the Aatrox, not let him get ahead, not let him get CS, and he wants to just try to stop Aatrox from being able to do anything, especially as kind of early game Jace, especially as his threat that he is.
Yeah, now Callie actually gets caught out by the hook, and although he isn't going to get hit by a trap, that is so much damage, and now Iron Player is in the area. This could be very dangerous for Callie, although all summoners are up. So Iron Player does decide he's going to walk off, maybe look somewhere mid, and just like you were talking about, Shadow Figure is looking to abuse Dusk to Dawn. Sejuani is around him, taking her Krugs, and he knows that if he doesn't abuse Dusk to Dawn now, he won't be able to later on in the game. Dusk to Dawn just has a much stronger team fight than Jace, so trying to, kick him in the early game before he becomes more of an issue as well. Getting this top lane priority is so important for in the next 45 seconds when Dragon comes up. Jace being able to have that advantage in lane is going to be a lot, as now True Prophet and Iron Player are looking for something. Nice bubble connects, and so does the Paddle Star. Boone gets so low and is having to proc all of his corrupting pods as he actually decides just to back, but this isn't a Corki with teleport. He took Cleanse, which means he's going to be in a world of hurt if True Prophet decides to push this in, but she doesn't. She just backs, likes to take that trade, and just go back to everything being normal.
Now, what we can see there is that he saw that the Battlestar had just been used, so he was like, okay, I don't have to waste cleanse here, I can just stay safe. But what I really want to talk about is that fleet footwork on the side of Callie. Callie's looking to play the game safe. Callie doesn't want to do fights, doesn't want to do anything fancy early on, just wants to get CS, get the levels that Kaisa sorely needs to just start popping off. And fleet footwork is a much safer alternative to press the attack or hail of blades like you see a lot of other Kaisas. They saw the Caitlyn come out, they saw that they cannot fight Caitlyn early.
Here comes Drops, actually. Furious Doctor landing the flight. He still has Hook in his inventory. Now, Lantern does go off and Drops is trying to get something onto Stingus. Stingus does get slowed, but the the Hook does miss. Now, Olsen flashes under turret and manages to pick out Furious Doctor, and that's going to be it. First blood goes over to Stingus. Olsen with the counter engage.
He gets hooked.
Uh-oh, and now Dust to Dawn has level 6 on Shadowy Figure, and he's looking for that. Flash for Flash. Dust to Dawn's actually really, really low. That's one auto attack. He's running for his life. Shadowy Figure doesn't have the mana to pursue. A lot of fights all across the map, and Olsen has been showing up these last 2 games.
Now, really, that was major, because he gets the flash. Now, Thresh does... Oh, right, he used the flash earlier, he got that flash flail. So Olsen was like, okay, if I land the hook here.
Now in the jungle, Drops and Iron Player are duking it out. Drops manages to get the better of that trade, but Iron Player likely still going to manage to pick up his Scuttle Crab. Get some XP that both the junglers sorely need, as they're both looking for trying to get their level 6 first. Sejuani wants it so badly to be able to camp this mid and get those long-range engages that she's known for. So True Prophet is playing extremely aggressively. Reading the Valkyrie. Boone just got read like an open book, and True Prophet has actually kind of been playing out of his mind earlier on, but Boone's been managing to stay even, if not even a little bit ahead in CS, and as long as he's managing to keep this up, especially towards the mid and late game, he will be in a better position than True Prophet.
Now, we're noticing what's really nice about these sort of hook champions is the roaming potential of this Blitzcrank, of the Thresh. Now, Thresh has still stayed bot lane. We don't see, we're not noticing Doctor go around roaming like he has before in past games, but we're noticing that Olsen's more than happy to just say, well, you're doing all right, we don't, Callie probably just backed here, let's just rotate, let's see if I can't get something mid, let's see if I can't get the other lanes ahead. This hook is very powerful, and now that Cleanse is gone, if he gets hit with that bubble, he's gone.
Oh yeah. Now, Boone's going to manage to pick up his blue buff, but True Prophet's, I don't think he's actually going to get it. Going to be able to back and pick up his lost chapter here, but Iron Player really, really just wants the XP, and he does pick up the Void Rush for it, so he's going to have an XP advantage on Drops moving forward, but Drops has managed to get just as much farm as Rek'Sai, and although Rek'Sai has been permeating his pressure a lot more onto the map as a whole, he hasn't managed to get anything to show for it, really, other than some spot early on.
Now, we're noticing that True Prophet is just playing as aggressively as they were earlier on, where they know if they just run up and throw a bubble on to Corki, Corki's gone. He's not a tanky mid laner. He cannot survive that bubble Q starburst. So True Prophet's noticing, well, I can just walk up, I can just be this aggressive Zoe, which is very different from as Caitlyn just decides to get some extra poke on Callie, just trying to stop her from being able to stay at full health and make that an even scarier lane. Because they saw that Fierce Doctor is going up, but if they keep Callie low enough where Callie dies if they engage, that's where, Orcus is really going to shine.
Oh, Olsen misses the hook there. Really sneaky trap placement by Stingus. If that did land, that was definitely a dead Callie, but some nice jukes. That she's going to survive for this one, and like we were talking about earlier, we really want to see Shadowy Figure punishing this Aatrox, and although he's going to start, he's now very, very far down in this trade. Now, here comes Iron Player.
Iron Player and Drops.
Iron Player has Flash, and that is absolutely massive for your Rek'Sai. Now, Furious Doctor managed to land the hook on Olsen, who manages to land the hook on him, but Blitzcrank the Ignite's going to pick up that kill. Shadowy Figure falls on the top side, and now Callie and Stingus are both fighting. Stingus going under tower, getting really, really low, trying to bait out the bubble positioning, I guess, but manages to get out of that one. Just has the higher damage. BF Sword versus Pickaxe tends to go that way sometimes.
I think what was really major there was that they were trying to play kind of around more their trap than anything else, because they know if Stingus isn't careful about where they, try to kite, then one, the trap damage, and two, the minions are aggressive onto the Kaisa. And minion damage right now, especially in these early levels, is not something to be laughed about. That does deal a lot of damage to an AD carry, and as we saw, despite taking that turret shot, the only reason that Callie really lived there was, one, she flashed away immediately as soon as she got to a safe distance, but two, just did not have the mana to really follow up with a Q or an E or something along those lines.
Absolutely, and now Olsen, once again, has been having some really incredible impact around the map, and now he is getting a lot of vision cleared out and established for his team. So this guy is really showing up, and now Shadowfigure's looking for this trade with Dust to Dawn again, but it has proven fruitful the last 2 times, but this time he doesn't get hit by the Infernal Chains, and he manages to walk out. The short trades are fantastic for Jace, as long as he can just keep that happening over and over again. This lane should be his, but Dust to Dawn is starting to creep back up in that CS lead. Before, he was down, I think, 15-20 CS, but now he's only down 7. Aatrox has been getting stronger and stronger. Now, Shadowy Figure taking the exact same trade again. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Both these teams are now looking towards the Dragon. Blitzcrank, if he manages to land a hook, it pretty much assures that that champion is dead or has to burn Flash, sometimes even both.
Yeah. Thresh is the only, Thresh is the only one of those 3 with Flash up at that time. So that's going to be a really...
Oh, Dust to Dawn lands the Infernal Chains, and Shadowy Figure is going to knock him back, but that might not be enough. The World Ender is going to mean that Dust to Dawn has the movement speed, and now Shadowy Figure's in trouble, is going to have to flash out, looking for some return damage with the poke, and now Olsen's positioning even farther forward, isn't going to get tagged up by the Kaisa W, but he is going to clear out that pink ward. If Thresh even dares to start to throw out a hook, he's just going to hook in response, and Bubble actually landing onto Sejuani, and Iron Player is looking for the combo, and that's so much damage. Drops is down. Caitlyn ult just for reassurance. On the top side, Shadowfigure is looking to get something back. As soon as he sees that Q used, he's going to burst down Dust to Dawn. That was insane amounts of damage, but even though they're getting top pressure, they are losing it around the Dragon. This first Dragon goes over to Iron Player.
I think that was major. Shadowfigure just saw that...
Uh-oh. Olsen manages to land a nice hook onto Callie, and that's just going to be dropped. Lantern coming in a little late. He was too confident in that hook landing.
Yeah, tries to land the hook early on, trying to get that kind of, threat hook, and then throws at the Lantern, but by then you've got the knock-up, you've got that kind of, trap down probably at the same time that just stops them from really being able to do much about it. Shadowfigure was able to pick up the kill on the top side to really be, to punish that aggressiveness from Dusk to Dawn, but that's just not going to be enough. Orcus is really showing up everywhere else on the map. However, as we said before, it is this early game, so, Jay should be popping off, and the bot lane should be doing well, but it all depends on how Orcus is able to shut this game down quickly before Corki gets that mana immune finished building, and before that Kaisa gets her Merman as well.
Boone has the package, so he can be as far up as he wants, because he knows he can just get out of there, and he does. Now the hook almost lands onto Olsen. Some quick footwork and fantastic reflexes make sure that he survives that one. But you see both of these supports trying to do the exact same thing, trying to clear vision around this Rift Herald. That is the objective that's on the map right now. Dragon isn't up for another 3.5 minutes, which means that is what each team wants to fight over. But it is a 5v4 in terms of personage on the map. Callie is trying to farm up bot lane and get back into a CS somewhere relative to Caitlyn and CS. Down 40 right now. Stingus has just been dominating this lane with the help of Olsen. Shadowfigure gets hit by the hook, and this could be it for him. He's going to step right back onto the trap, and Caitlyn's going to get even farther ahead.
I think that's... I was expecting Dusk to Dawn to just kind of walk into that bush and spot Boone, but, no word in the bush, because obviously who would be crazy enough to back in such an aggressive location?
Boone, baby.
Works out anyway. Rift Herald does go over to the side of... Okay, True Prophet trying to see if they can't land a little bit of poke.
Oh, that was one paddle star, and it manages to connect onto Kali, now using Cleanse for the movement speed and damage. But the minions are going to block from that paddle star, which means Kali gets out, but whew, that was a lot of damage, and that's just telling you a little bit more about what's to come. Magic Pen hasn't even come through for True Prophet, which means once he does get those boots in that Oblivion Orb, if any bubble lands onto Kali, or probably even Shadowy Figure, they are going to fall almost instantly. And this top turret is going to be the next target of my dog Orcus, as they manage to take that down with the Rift Herald.
They're really pushing up across the map. You know, they got the pressure that they wanted off of their early game bot lane. You know, you see that Kaelin has 137 CS, has that IE, has the Berserker's Greaves, not to mention the 3-0-1 score line. And they're pushing that Kai'Sa further and further behind because Kali cannot do anything. You know, they even, especially with Riot's recent changes of making sure that Kai'Sa doesn't, you know, her upgrades are even better, but she is weaker early on. So until she gets her Q upgrade, until she gets those upgrades that she wants, especially her levels to lower down the cooldown on her E and stuff like that, Kai'Sa's just weaker and weaker. We do notice that even Jace is going for those late game builds. He's got the Merman, right? He's trying to build for a little bit of extra damage through the mid game to help his team transition because they need that. They have the late game ready. They know what they can do post 30 minutes, but I mean, Orcus isn't letting them get to that point. Orcus saying, okay, we'll pick up the Rift Heralds, we'll pick up these turrets, we'll pick up the kills, we'll stop you from being able to do anything, and I'm really curious to see what Murk is going to try to do and counteract that.
Well, looks like they're trying to get this next dragon, because for them, it's all about scaling and being able to delay the soul of Orcus as long as possible. It's going to be critical for them. I mean, you can see scaling just from the itemization, the triple mana mute from Murk Nimbus. You know, they're in this one for the long haul. Kai'Sa, Corki, and Jace, all three of them picking it up. And it's a lot of the damage as well is going to be centered around second and third items. Once Kai'Sa gets her third item and third evolve, that's when she's really able to put up numbers. When Corki gets his Triforce and Infinity Edge, or whatever his third item is, depending on the matchup, that's when he starts to put out those numbers. And when Jay starts to pick up his Black Cleaver and Lethality, he becomes a menace. So Murk are just trying to farm it up right now, but by the same token, my dog Orcus have been fantastic in pushing this early pressure. Alston has been all around the map and has been zoning so much CS for his team. I mean, Kali is still down 50 CS. It looks like it could be a very dangerous position, and Alston has to flash out, but he has Hex Flash, that isn't that much of an issue. Stingus nets over the Dragon Wall. That's another dragon for my dog Orcus.
So again, right, we were saying Murk says, okay, well, we need to delay the dragon. They try to set up the vision, they try to do something, but they also know they can't fight. If they take a fight, they know they're not going to win those kinds of fights, especially with the damage that's just ahead on the side of.
Uh-oh, Kali manages to get out with that fleet footwork. That fleet footwork damage, and now Iron Player is actually looking for Boone, but Boone has the package, so he's A-okay, but that positioning, if he keeps it up when he doesn't have the package, he could have been in a real pickle. Valkyrie can't even save you from that Flash Rek'Sai.
No, and that's really, really dangerous. I mean, Iron Player said, oh, hey, you know, they don't have any vision on me here. Boone is playing way too aggressive. Let's see if I can't get something here. And the package saves him, but if that happens again, I'm not sure that Corki can do much about it. We can see that Kali and the Furious Doctor are back to mid lane. Kali's just trying to get some CS, trying to get Claw back into this game again. And Orcus are trying desperately to just stop that from happening. They just really don't want that to happen. As we can see by Alston's just aggressive playing on that Blitzcrank. If he lands that hook again, I'm really not sure what Kali can do, if anything at all.
Now, True Prophet is, or was, coming back to the mid lane. That's really where you want your Zoe positioned. Being able to look and fish for bubbles, as well as zone off enemies off of a turret, something you really need. So grouping True Prophet up with Stingus and Alston might be the play here if they're looking to crack mid-turret, especially since there are no more Rift Heralds in this game. But now, Glacial Prism Does land onto Dustudon, who gets chunked down. Will he be able to heal through this one? And so far he is. Shadow Fear is going to get almost pulled back. The Infernal Changes would have been a game changer there, but here comes Olsen looking for the Shurelya's Reverie. Is that he's going to get something, and he gets drops. He's getting poked down. Shadowy Figure does get ignited, and actually ticking down. One more tick, and that's going to be it. Blitzcrank picks up the solo kill onto Shadowy Figure, and here comes the bubbles. This is exactly what we were talking about. It lands onto Callie, and that's going to force her away. Mid turret is now just the property of my dog Orcus.
And those are big plays across the map. Dustudon, although Drop says, oh hey, we got this 2v1, we can do the tower dive, even gets hit with the Glacial Prism that was going perfectly, exactly what Murk was thinking. It all turns around, he flashes away from getting damaged even more, lands the Infernal Chains, and Jeez was just starting to tank the turret there for a while, and it was just going down and down. They both end up with very low health, and also says, well, this is exactly what I want. Let's just go in, land the hook, get some kills, and Jace goes back in to try to help see if his teammate can.
Boone gets spotted out. He's been getting cheeky recalls off this entire series, but he's not going to be allowed this time. A lot of disrespect towards True Prophet, but now he's showing that he might be able to put up the numbers. Flashes right into the Paddle Star. Some questionable decision-making there, and now Shadowy Fair is in a bit of trouble. Alston's actually going to land the hook. Shadowy Fair is read like a book, and so he picks up the double kill, all set off by some what seemed like really miscommunication. Boone thinking that he can pull off these cheeky recalls all game. Finally, True Prophet says, no, you will show me respect in this matchup. And then Shadowy Figure trying to recover that play, but can't 1v5 that one.
No, tries to get that. That also means that teleport's now gone for Shadowy Figure, which means he's not going to have that up for a while. And Dragon's coming up in this next minute, so that means Dustudon with teleport up can push another side lane or something, can go top if he really wants to. Although, as we notice, inner turret is gone. Dustudon did take that after the failed tower dive and the double, and that killed those 2 kills top lane. I'm just very impressed by the way Orcus is just playing. They're being aggressive. They're doing exactly what they need to do. And Murk is trying to just say, hey, we need to hit the brakes some point. And it looks like that for them, it's Dragon. Again, they're trying to see if they can't do something on Dragon, see if they can't get some sort of pressure. But their Smite fight is weaker. As we can see, Iron Player is 2 levels above Drops. And Olsen with the threat of those hooks is a scary being to be around.
Absolutely. Olsen is just standing as far forward as he can, looking for something, although it may miss. He has some insane kill participation in this game. He seemed like he's all over the map, and Murk is giving over this 3rd dragon. They want the time to scale, to upgrade their Muramana, and try and get just more damage, because they know they're not going to win any fights right now. Kaisa is down by an item. Corki is down by half an item. Just across the board, they are struggling to put up the damage numbers, so they're going to wait it out and see if they can try and deny it with the 4th dragon that comes up. But if my dog Orcus get the Mountain Dragon, that's pretty huge into a poke comp. That means that they can take very favorable trades, back off, and start them again.
And that's going to be really major. Oh, as we see, Furious Doctor misses the hook, doesn't get it in time. But that is totally fine. Stingus and Olsen, the rest of Orcus is now just setting up, getting ready for that Baron. They know, hey, if we just pressure, put some wards around, we get that vision control onto Baron, we might just be able to take this. Especially since Merman is the only person who has that right now on the side of Murk is the Corki. Everybody else is still desperately trying to charge it up. As we can see, fights breaking out little by little across the map. And we can see that Orcus is just pressuring top lane because all that's left there is the inhib turret. Same thing for mid lane. The only inner turret left is bot lane. I keep noticing these poke come out, but once that Mountain Soul, if that Mountain Soul goes over to the side of Orcus, that's just not going to matter anymore.
Oh yeah, it would be the opposite of fun for Murk Nimbus, and they know that they can't challenge my dog Orcus right now. Look at Callie having to stand so far back just to pick up these waves. At the same token, my dog Orcus have been playing these last 2 games outstandingly when it comes to the mid game. They have been forcing Murk Nimbus to fight for every single inch that they want to take in this game, and Murk Nimbus haven't really been able to. They have no bridge in their team comp. In their draft, they prioritized late game scaling entirely. No other priorities, and now drops, saving a Furious Doctor's life, and there's the lane turn, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Allison standing right on top of it. He's going to fall. Drops, trying to keep a Furious Doctor alive, but with the jungler down, that means Baron is up. That is not a trade you wanted to see. Alcin BMing the hell out of a Furious Doctor's lane turn. Comes up really, really good for my dog Orcus.
It's exactly the trade that they wanted. You know, the bubble lands on to a Furious Doctor, and they say, oh, cool, we can get some damage in. Drop says, okay, well, I'm going to try to save my support. But in the big, you know, in the run of things, support is just not better than the jungler. You want that jungle pressure smite, and with that gone, Baron's free. They can go around the jungle, they're fine. And now, with a siege comp like this, with Caitlyn and Baron at the same time, that is just something that Murk cannot deal with. They're going to be stuck behind those turrets. They're going to be stuck not doing anything. Even if Jace has that Black Cleaver and the Merman to finally finish, they just can't do much. You know, we do have the Kai'Sa Q upgraded by now. The E should be coming along within a couple hundred gold. Yeah, with this. Oh, yeah, no, that's the Stinger. So a few hundred gold. But it's just not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and if there's really, I think, one word that kind of sums up Murk's errors this series so far, it has been cocky. I mean, they were undefeated in the regular season, although facing a dangerous quarterfinals performance, managed to take the win. But so far here, you've seen it just in the plays. Boone's being cocky, and now, though it seems like True Prophet might be a little bit that way, but he has the stopwatch, and this means this is a 2v4. True Prophet does manage to hit the bubble, but a Furious Doctor and drops are in a lot of trouble. Glacial Prison now on Iron Player, and here comes Dust to Dawn, disrupting the backline like he was meant to do. Furious Doctor is in the team comp, and now so is Jace, and he's going to fall. Callie as well zooms in for just seemingly to be met by death, and Boone, Valkyrie's out, trying to get something, but the Void Rush that he's going to be followed is so low, and the bubble connects, and that's the kill.
And now, obviously, Orcus is just looking to gain that extra damage off of that. They know they can just pressure now for the turrets, for these inhib turrets, and possibly Nexus, because as we can see, the only timer that's low is Callie, who cannot do much. And I mean, now True Dogger's up, but that Thresh isn't going to be able to do much either. Drops is trying to get some poke off, trying to get some big damage, but you know, they don't care. They're just going to get the next turn and then back off.
Yeah, now that wasn't a push for the win, but one of the things that will change this series is the Mountain Dragon, and Murk know it. They're going to be looking to move up here as the Dragon comes up, but they might not be able to contest it. This just might be able to go right into the pockets of my dog Orcus, and that's going to be an even farther lead than it already is. Right now, an over 11k gold lead sits in the pockets of my dog Orcus, and with this Mountain Dragon, that's going to add at least 4,000 to 5,000 gold in terms of value, so they win any fight they take. Now, Dusk to Dawn knows it. He's looking for something. Boone having to double Valkyrie out, but it's not going to matter. The area picks up the kill. Drops now in a lot of trouble. Forces out the flash, and True Prophet. These bubbles and paddle stars have been wrecking havoc on the side of Murk Nimbus so far as they're looking just to barrel down into the enemy's base.
Now, really what we saw there was Boone was trying to get
Oh my god, Alcin. This guy is just unstoppable on Blitzcrank. Picking out Callie, forcing out now the Void Rush. Iron Player making sure that Callie falls, and that means that there's no damage threat. The Jace is up, but that's not going to be enough. Dust to Dawn, a little bit of BM, and now the game is over. This is not how we thought it was going to be at the beginning of this series.
No, we really thought Mark was trying to stop, trying to delay time there, and they just couldn't. You know, Orcus just kept on running them over. You know, we look at these scorelines towards the end. Zoe didn't die a single time, nor did that Caitlyn. Alcin just kept on hitting these hooks, kept on just pressuring, even just with his mere presence. They were never sure if his hook was going to hit somebody else or get a kill. Boone tried to do a trick, like a cheeky little play, yet again, towards the end of that, he Valkyrie through the middle, trying to get his team, you know, out. But that ended up killing him because the panel star just connects there. And Zoe just picks up the kill in the end on Boone instead of him just being able to get out by himself.
Yeah, and before I was interrupted earlier, I was talking about how Murk Nimbus have been looking cocky so far. And you've really kind of seen it in this series. They have no bridge in their comp, which means they have no way to fight in any of these fights early. And it seems like all season they've just been able to kind of, coast through it and team gap other teams and just take the late game scaling comp and win every single time. But over the past few years, League of Legends has evolved. And if your team is on top of the early game and you're able to pressure that through the mid game into a victory, and Merc have no bridge or don't have the skill to be able to keep even or, get ahead or not fall behind that much, it just means that they're going to flat out lose this series. I'm really looking for some adaptation and draft, and I don't mean in the type that's just one or two champions like Kaisa or Corki. I love these champions, but we need to see a difference in playstyle, and if they can't manage to pull that off, it seems like my dog Orcus just have Murk Nimbus's number, and this could be a 3-0.
And that is what we're waiting to see, especially in these next game. If nothing changes, that's just going to be the 3-0. That's going to be the best of 5 series, and that's going to be the end for it. However, the series has not been decided yet. It is 2-0 on the side of Orcus, so don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Murk versus Orcus. We are gathered here today to watch Game 3 of what potentially might be a Game 3 series if Orcus keeps pressuring Murk as they've been doing in the past games. I'm Mardor.
And I'm Leche, and I am excited as well in this Game 3 because my dog Orcus versus Murk Nimbus, when they played in the regular season, Murk Nimbus managed to scrape out of it with a 2-1 victory, and now my dog Orcus are looking to turn that one around and move on to the Sugar Free League Finals, which will be happening next week. So both of these teams know that a lot is on the line, and Murk Nimbus don't want to drop their first series.
And that's going to be major. So as we can see, Murk Nimbus is back on blue side. They, were a bit more comfortable. They're going to keep with the bans they've been kind of doing. But this time they are banning the Aatrox. They thought, you know what, Duskdawn has been much too comfortable on that champion. We've kind of been letting him go away. We even tried picking a Jace up last time to try to stop it from being able to get very far ahead. But it just didn't work out. Let's just get rid of it entirely. Let's get rid of the set and the Syndra as well, and let's just play it safe.
Yeah, that Aatrox has been a massive issue this season, or pardon me, this series, but Shadowy Figure returning back to the Maokai, he was stomping in Game 1 on it. He was 1v3ing the backline at times, and although Murk Nimbus lost it, that one was not on him, so blind picking that tank. And now with an Aatrox, and as a response, we're going to have to see what my dog Orcus do decide to pick into it, but instead they secure the Caitlyn Morgana El Clasico. This lane is so potent, and I was talking about last game how if Murk Nimbus want to change things up and win this series, they need a bridge. They need something to be able to get them through the early and mid game before they come online. But when you're against a Caitlyn Morgana, it's really hard. It's harder to pick engage supports and be able to get an elite bot. And as well, Morgana ever lands a binding on you, you're almost dead. So very strong pickup there, but Callie is deciding he's got to pick up the Varus. We saw him play that in PRL the other day, and now Murk Nimbus decide they're the ones who are going to pick up the poke comp.
Now we can see the Zoe. They saw the Zoe on the side of Orcus last time to absolutely just destroyed. They could not do anything. They could not do anything about it. True Prophet was really able to pressure Boone into not staying in lane, into just being as safe as possible. And here we're probably going to see the counter come out. They're going to pick up a Galio instead to just kind of try to stop that Zoe from being able to do much. If Galio goes in, Zoe's also not able to do anything. What I'm really curious to see is what they're going to try to pull out as a support bot lane, because that is something they can't. Like, what are they going to try to do against Morgana? They don't really want to pick up that Thresh. That Thresh gets hurt pretty badly by Morgana. Morgana just black shields whoever ends up, whoever looks like they're going to get hooked. And then Thresh has no displacement. They don't have a way to break through it. Same thing for kind of the Zoe bubble and things like that. Morgana lands black shield on time. Bubble lands. Bubble doesn't get the actual stun off, so there's not really much that they can do. As we can see, both bans on the side of Orcus are for that Gragas and the Sejuani. We saw Murk pick up both of those past 2 games, and they said, let's just get him away from anything that it might be comfort on.
Drops is going to have to reach even deeper into his champion pool with Gragas, Sejuani, and Jarvan banned. He's going to have to think about this one as both jungle and support. Although the Maokai can flex down, those are likely the 2 picks. And a Furious Doctor is known for his hook champion play, so with the Morgana being in, that kind of cancels out a lot of what he wants to do. But the Graves is what Drops decides on, and this is a champion with the phase rush that we've seen all over. The LCK, Cuz, is a monster on this champion. In China, they love it as well, so we have to see what happens. And as a response to the Morgana, it seems like a Furious Doctor might pick up the Yuumi, going for this artillery Varus, perhaps, if they do decide to go lethality and into a poke comp. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. This is a comp where you can look for more things early on and in the mid-game. This is a comp where you can do more than if you just have 3 scaling damage threats, so I'm excited to see how Murk decide to pilot this draft, and if they have the ability to. We haven't really seen him on anything else other than those late-game comps.
And this is going to be very interesting, especially watching that Azumi, because that's not something that I think we've really seen a Furious Doctor on. He really sticks to those hook champions. You got the Thresh, you got, Leona, kind of goes in. You got the Nautilus, it's very powerful. But Morgana just stops all of those dead in its tracks. So what's going to come out different? Is Kelly going to go for that poke comp? Going to just, with the Zoe, with the Varus, with that kind of pokey vibe, can they just stop the side of Orcus from just kind of running them over? And now we're actually noticing a Gangplank versus Maokai, which is a matchup we did not see before. We instead saw the Aatrox versus the Maokai. Shadowfigure did very well in that fight, and what I'm curious about is what Dusk to Dawn brings instead with the Gangplank instead of the Maokai.
Yeah, Dusk to Dawn, finally off Aatrox duty, he gets to play a real damage carry, none of this disruption shenanigans, but now he's on Gangplank, and this is a champ who scales very, very well, and when your team has 3, debatably 4 squishies, if you count Yumi as traditionally killable in a team fight. Gangplank, if he gets these barrel chains off, it's going to mean that Callie or Drops or Boone are not going to be able to get back into the fight, so I think a lot of how this comp does play out from My Dog Orcus is going to be dependent on how smooth the early game is for the top side and how active it is for their bot side. If Morgana Caitlyn are able to lane Kingdom Varus Yumi, and Varus is going lethality, it is pretty close to over, but if Varus manages to stay even, there's a pretty sizable chunk of time where he should be able to run this game with the help of a Pokey Zoe.
And that's basically gonna be what we wrap up and until we wait up to finish the Spectator delay to get into this game. And as we like to say here, don't touch those browsers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Take it with a phrase.
Hello and welcome to Game 3 of Murk Nimbus. This is my dog Orcus. We are very excited for this game. So far, it has been a 2-0 just destruction on the side of my dog Orcus, killing Murk Nimbus. So we're gonna see if Murk Nimbus can pull something out, or if this is just gonna be a clean 3-0.
Yeah, this series has not been going the way of the undefeated Murk Nimbus. This has been a my dog Orcus. It's been their masterclass on, even if you get behind early, how to play mid game and really just pressure your way to victory. And this time, True Prophet is on Galio. Last two games, we've seen him on picks where he's shown up all around the map and been able to play very aggressively. And Galio, although the first few levels it can be kind of sketchy, once he hits 6, he's going to be looking to join his team for these early and mid-game skirmishes. So not a lot of change other than perhaps the gangplank in the top side coming out in terms of play style from my dog Orcus.
Now, really what I want to mention now is quickly the Varus with the cleanse and the lethal tempo. That means he's not going for the lethality Varus, he's going for on-hit Varus, and he's going for that cleanse to try to stay alive in these early fights, especially now that he's got the Yuumi on him. He should be able to survive a Morgana Q, should that come in. He has cleanse to help him out for the first one, and then if he gets hit again, Yuumi has the heal and exhaust. He has, some sort of survivability.
Yeah, and Callie's been quite a coin flippy kind of player this series so far. It's really been, if he gets ahead early, he can do a lot in the fights, but sometimes his positioning starts to fall apart and he gives back the leads that he once had. And now that it's Morgana Caitlyn, this positioning error that we've seen throughout the playoffs could turn into a much bigger issue. Shadowy Figure showing why he's comfortable blind picking this champion, Dust to Dawn, with the counterpick Gangplank, is just getting out traded.
Yeah, each time he's going for those quick Q, Grass the Undying stacks, but Shadowy Figure just says, well, okay, I can just kind of walk up and get that stack anyway, so it'll be fine. And just keeps on damaging him. Not much that they can do.
Now, Dust to Dawn might be in a little bit of trouble. It takes a while for those barrels to stack up earlier on into the game, which means the Shadow Figure knows his trade windows, and he's very much abusing them. Now, something we have to mention is the CS diff right now in bot. Although this wave will crash, Callie's not going to be able to pick up all of it. He's been zoned off so heavily, so it's time we kind of turn our attention over to this Yuumi pick. This is a pick that, when you go Varus, normally you're doing it to poke out and have a strong laning phase, and if you go the lethal tempo, you're also going to have a very strong late game. If you go poke lethality Varus, you're going for a strong mid game. But by pairing it with Yuumi, you've put yourself in quite a predicament when you do it into such a strong lane like Morgana Caitlyn. And now Shadowy Figure is trying to keep up this trade with Dust to Dawn. And now, here comes drops. Dust to Dawn has no mana, and although Flash is up, he's put himself in a really dangerous position. In goes Shadowy Figure, and drops is here, looking to pick up the kill, and Shadowy Figure just gives it over. First blood going over the graves. That's 400 gold that he is going to love. Drops is finally getting those early impact plays that we had known from him over the course of the regular season and through the playoffs.
Also, again, showing off his aggressive side. They just saw Drops top lane, getting that kind of first blood. So he's like, well, okay, I can just be very aggressive, especially with my jungler here. And he's just trying to land some sort of root, some sort of something to just kind of scare Callie or get some actually early damage in. But again, Callie's just being pressured off. Elsa's just backing off right now. And now we actually notice that Yumi's running really low on mana. If they need heals, that's...
Pardon the interruption, but here's Callie having a flash in the... Binding still connects. Olsen, what in the world, dude? Like, what in the world? This guy's skill shots this game have been insane, and although I think that was just a bad flash from Callie, Olsen also, being just the way he's played this series, he has been just support gapping so far.
And that's really major. If you don't have that support, I'm waiting for that damage to come out. Nope. They just decided to get the poke off with the bubble and then back away. Shadow Figure is, again, Shadow Figure is doing exactly what Olsen's doing. They're just playing aggressive and showing off that you can't do anything if we're around. Now, the thing about the problem is here is that if Cali doesn't get ahead, if Cali isn't even able to get CS, even just stay relatively in the game, it's going to be the exact same repeat as last time. Where Corki, in the mid lane, they were able to get CS, they were able to be okay, but Murk did not have an AD carry that could do anything, and this is even worse than what happened in the second game.
20 CS down at 5.5 minutes. This is not the look you wanted to have going into match point. It's going to be up to Kelly and possibly Boone and Drops if they decide to start making plays around this bot side looking for Dragon to get Kelly back into it, because he is so far down right now. Stingus and Olsen have been running this lane.
And now you can notice that already, Kaelin's already back, got the BF sword. That means her damage potential is insane. Cleanse is gone from Varus. All that you have on the side of Murk in the terms of summoners is heal on Yuumi. And Yuumi already has her heals. So if...
Looking like Cali, a little bit of a connectivity issue. So we are going into a pause to make sure that that's all going to be okay going forward.
But let's talk, while we're in this pause, we can talk a little bit about the CS because everywhere else on the map, it's actually perfectly even. Shadowy Figure should pick up a couple more than Dusk to Dawn right now since the wave is hitting him. But that's about, 36, 37 to Dusk to Dawn's 33. Perfectly even in terms of the jungler. And then Zoe and Galio are exactly neck and neck. The only deficit right now is Cali on that Varus. Over 10 CS behind, just back, so he's probably going to lose another wave or so and be stuck even further and further behind. If something doesn't happen soon, Cali may not be in this game.
Yeah, and Drops picked up that early kill and opted just straight in for damage stats with that Caulfield Warhammer. So I'm also looking for him to start to make some plays. Iron Player has had the greater early impact both of Game 1 and 2, and that was not something we really expected going into it. Drops had been popping off this postseason, so seeing Iron Player really kind of have his way with Drops has definitely been a change in narrative. As we're going to head right back into this game, everything starts back up again as everyone tries to look for those kind of cheeky right out of pause plays.
They're just trying to see if they can't get a little bit of poke off, a little bit of damage here or there.
Going in. He has level 6, he has the Twisted Advance, but he knows that Dusty Dawn has Orange, and if he only has one piece of CC, there's not much use. Now, Olsen and Iron Player are both looking to burn down this dragon, and since Zoe can't come down, it's looking like the first dragon of the series is going to go over to them.
Now, okay, just waiting to see if there's a little bit of an aggressive play there, see if anything, if that Galio E does land, that could have been a big threat, but nothing happened so far. There's just a little bit of poke here and there, and a little bit of playmaking. So far, My Dog Esports has been very comfortable just picking up each dragon as it comes up.
Yeah, My Dog Orcus have been very, very proactive in terms of these dragons. So one of the reasons is the bot side presence that they've had, but now Boone seems to be in a little bit of an issue. Now he flashes, trying to get away. Iron Player is here, does not have the ultimate, but Boone does actually end up getting rooted. Iron Player is low. He is so low, and Drops manages to pick up the kill now in point-blank range, trying to use that shotgun to get some kind of advantage, flashing away from the Justice Punch. Means that that's going to be a 1-for-1 jungle for mid laner.
That's pretty big, you do lose Drops' flash, and now Iron Player has that ignite advantage on him, which is going to be really big.
Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to notice, I keep talking about it, but My Dog Orcus know how to push their advantage when they have it. And even if it isn't in terms of gold necessarily, right now they are 200 down, so practically even. It's also been all about how they've been able to push their advantages just in terms of power spikes in their champs. Caitlyn Morgana are going to be stronger than Tempo, Varus, and Yuumi for a while, so they've managed to push in with their jungler, with their mid, and in the top side, Dustodon has gotten rooted up. Now, though, that barrel's not going to mean anything. Dustodon's looking like he's in a little bit of trouble to grasp, and Shadowy Figure, Twisted Advance comes out, make sure that he dies, and Shadowy Figure once again masterclass on how to play tanks in the top lane. This guy has been so strong this series.
I mean, he really just shows up every time he ends up playing on this champion. He shows up. He decides, hey, you know what? This is what I'm doing. I'm gonna play this Maokai. I'm gonna be this tank. Now, all that has to happen is for the damage to start showing up on the rest of the map. So far, all the damage looks like is going to be on Drops. If Drops doesn't get the kill that he needs to on Graves, or gets those plays around the map to either get the Varus ahead or the Zoe ahead, or just even let them even up, that's going to be a very rough match. Graves can be murdered quite easily, especially if they get those Galio taunts and knockups in. And same thing for the Morgana. Drops does not have cleanse like Callie does.
well put. Now, Boone, we've seen this guy really pop off later on into the game, but now he's on Zoe. He wants to look for these mid and earlier game exchanges, but Drops hasn't really been around that much. And, you know, as that might be a downside, it's also not that bad because True Prophet hasn't managed to break his way out of this lane yet. He should be looking for a lot of these heroic entrances, and although he's gotten one off and a netted him a kill, it was very close to mid lane, so, you know, this Galio has kind of been stuck in laning phase, so Boone, heads up wave management so far by him. And the next objective that I'm really looking for is actually going to be a turret, because Drops, he has the Herald, and the topside turret still has 3 plates, so if Drops is looking to crack something, maybe getting some gold into Callie if they lane swap, or Shadowy Figure's pocket could be huge moving forward.
Now we're noticing that Alsa's
Callie misses, actually, the Varus ult, but it's not going to matter because Yuumi comes through. He's going to get shredded, though, in the end of the fight. Gangplank providing assistance, even though he's not there. But True Prophet is. The Justice Punch connects, and that means that Furious Doctor is getting bursted down. Iron Player makes sure to finish off the kill. But, oh, there's Shadowy Figure. He manages to get Stingers. This guy, the Twisted Advance damage is so high, and Sapling Toss going to try and do something, but he's going to get caught out there. Shadowy Figure really almost saving the fight, but my dog Orcus, that fight was looking very bad for them in the beginning, but they pulled it out. The longer it went, True Prophet managed to get there. The heroic entrance was so massive.
And I think what's really big there is that although Gangplank isn't there with that global ult, he's still able to do something, right? He's still able to get that kind of damage, get the poke. Ends up, you know, helping out his team, especially against that Varus and landing the slow that he needed to. Which is very major. But because he doesn't have to use up, you know, because, well, he didn't really have teleport to go down and help out, he is able to just get that extra damage on the turret and lands that extra gold, netting him that kind of net positivity.
Yeah, and Olsen...
Did Callie just flash?
Yes. Callie did just flash, and with no flash, no cleanse, he's in quite the predicament in this bot lane. He is so dangerous, because if Olsen manages to land a root, he's pretty much assured for death. And now, root does land onto Drops, but Olsen is just pressuring, making sure that Drops knows this dragon is not going to be free, and that Orcus are here to fight, though Drops is looking for mid lane pressure because he really does want this dragon. He doesn't care about what Olsen says, and they're going to start it up. Yuumi is also up as well. All 5 members of Murk and Nimbus are here, and it seems like they're going to be able to get this Infernal Dragon, and they do. Rift Herald, I don't believe, got a charge onto the turret, which means, although it didn't get a charge, what it did net was pressure, and what that pressure netted was a Infernal Dragon, and Ocean Soul is confirmed, so that is going to be a really big pickup for whichever team gets it.
That can possibly, you know, that will probably spell death for whatever team does not get that Ocean Soul. It is very good to just have that healing, have the mana regen. The only reason you ever need to back with Ocean Soul is to get the money to keep going.
Yo, Ingo Shadowy Figure, he sees as soon as that barrel's put down, he just says, alright, I'll go on to you instead. Now, Dust to Dawn, it's all about if he can get off this barrel damage, but Shadow Figure actually denies it. Now the Nature's Grasp and Twisted Advance managed to pull off the damage. Here's Hecarim, though, looking for some more damage. Conqueror is about to proc. Shadow Figure is looking for more damage. Here is the heroic entrance, but Shadow Figure manages to flee the right way, and he accidentally activates Zhonya's instead of the taunt. True Prophet with the miss input means that Shadow Figure just gets to walk out after a solo kill, but here come Murk, Nimbus, Graves, and Zoe. Boon and Drops. They're both looking for something here. Zoe trying to get something, manages to land the bubble, and Galio, Captain Jack cleanse it almost looked like, but pretty sure you can cleanse it whenever. Now, True Prophet is looking for something, but Drops actually flashes away from the Winds of War. Just to pick up another kill. This is what Murk are looking for. Olsen, a heads up. Black Shield managing to avoid all that damage. These fights have really just turned up Murk Nimbus.
Yeah, really, despite that fight earlier out turning out towards the side of, you know, my dog Orcus, what's really happening here is the fact that Murk Nimbus is noticing, okay, you know what? We're sorry, Callie, we cannot focus on you anymore. You're not going to be able to beat Stingus. Stingus is just getting too far ahead. He's dealing too much damage. If we try to take these fights against Stingus and Allison, we're going to lose. So what they do, they just focus on top side. They say, let's get this first turret before bot turret can go down. Let's let Callie just farm and just try to play as safely as possible while we, you know, we press the advantage that we do have everywhere else. Drops is getting kills. Maokai is also just getting that damage in. The Shadow Figure is comfortable on that champion, comfortable in getting those kills, comfortable in dealing the damage that he needs to do, and staying alive to continue that threat.
Oh, True Prophet trying to dodge that with a Justice Punch, but didn't quite work out for him, but he's still going to manage to walk away. The Magic Shield and Murk Treads that Galio has are so huge in terms of dealing 1v1 with this Zoe, and he's managed to really pull it out with more than positive effect. Zoe really is looking for a strong, dominant early game and mid game, but so far, True Prophet has managed not only to mitigate that, but applying more pressure across the map with his heroic entrance. Now Olsen, almost picks that up, forcing out the smite from Drops. That that was real close.
Well, majorly there aren't, you know, there's something coming up quite yet. We've got Dragon in about a minute, and Rift Herald in a few as well, but nothing major. Oh well, actually Rift Herald's down. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, Baron coming up at 4. Is what I meant to say. But Dragon coming up in a minute, so we're noticing that both teams are looking around for this pressure, looking around to kind of get something going. Also, again, just being aggressive. He's like, I can hit these bindings, walk away, it'll be fine. Of course, you know, Morgana doesn't deal that much damage. She is just there for that CC, but that CC is a very long timer.
And of course,
so if they get hit in the middle of a fight, that's going to be big, big, big.
What you meant was Rift Herald being placed on the map in a few, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Because we noticed that top lane's almost going to go down assuredly, even without Rift Herald, so they're probably looking mid to try to crack that open, get that pressure in quickly.
Mid is the last tier 1, and once you get that, mid's also the most important tier 1, and once you crack that open, it gives you so much more free room to move around Murk Nimbus' jungle. So keep an eye out for where Iron Player will be hovering over these next few minutes, so where he's going to be looking to put down this Rift Herald. And Shadow Figure, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. It seemed like it was just 2 games ago that this exact same situation was happening. Shadowy Figure running these lanes as the tank Maokai, pushing in, taking turrets with the help of Demolish. He has been putting in work on the top side and also really stopping Dusk to Dawn from being able to just have a free laning phase.
Yep, and that's going to be really major. If you can just stop Gangplank from being able to do much, that's going to just really prevent a lane from doing well. Unfortunately...
Stingus getting caught out, but Flash Heal away is going to mean he survives. Now, here's Shadowy Figure. Nice heads-up play from Olsen, though, is going to mean that initially Iron Player survives, but he's then going to fall. You can't Black Shield through that much damage, and here's Vars looking for poke. Stingus is out of this fight almost certainly. Only with 300 health, and Boone is looking for just a little bit more poke. He wants to make sure that this dragon is uncontestable.
Oh,
Oh, and that's exactly what you want to see. Sting is falling. Shutdown Gold going into Boone's pocket. We were talking earlier about he wasn't able to get off the ground early, and True Prophet was doing such a good job keeping him down. But with that Shutdown Gold, I'm expecting to see Boone start to deal more and more damage as he picks up more and more Magic Pen, and eventually that Zonias and Rabadon's very likely. Now, though, seems like there is a dive afoot in the bot lane. True Prophet getting chunked out. Shadow Figure is just so tanky, and Yuumi keeping everybody topped off. But it seems like they're just trying to scare him a little bit.
A bit of a misplay there on the side of Sting is they did see the bubble there on the ground. Probably just thought that it wouldn't deal enough damage or something along those lines. A little bit of a troll play, but that's all right. Again, just Shadowy Figure doing exactly what it did game 1. Just goes to a lane, says, all right, this lane's mine. You can just play under turret, and if you try to come out, I'll just kill you.
Yeah, which is not normally something you hear from Maokai players.
Really, and the only sort of healing reduction that you notice on the side of Orcus is the Executioner's Calling on that Kaelin. They don't have anything else that can deal, so Dusk to Dawn can't do anything against that. And there's the Rift Herald mid, as we were saying. It was the last, well, actually not top. We said that it's going to fall soon, but has yet to fall. Still very, very low health. If they just get one wave on it, it'll be fine.
Until recently, Shadowy Figure was the top lane's bodyguard, and Boone's looking for some more. Bubble actually does connect, but no real damage to follow up with that, and I kind of want to dive into lane assignments a little bit, because what breaking this mid-turret means is that Callie really doesn't have a safe place to protect himself anymore now. Fights across the map. Shadowy Figure looking for more and more poke, and the entirety almost of my dog Orcus were spotted up in that top bush, which means Murk and Nimbus know exactly where they all are. And
finally, top turret goes down.
Finally, Gallia walks up and autos it. Now, one of the things we saw last game, and we see this game, is Zoe being in one of the side lanes. And although it made sense earlier on, you need to start reevaluating your lane assignments, because this is a champ you need mid. And probably paired with the Varus and his poke to be able to take mid-turret. Zoe does not have a lot of the reasons why she's so strong in a side lane. She doesn't have sneaky bubbles. She doesn't have the real poke options that she normally does. So it's really going to be up to Boone, if he does decide to stick in this side lane, to make sure that his team gets something for it other than some CS.
Yeah, and now the major things that happened is Shadow Figure has managed to be able to, well...
Iron Player getting chunked down there, and Callie looking for the Piercing Arrow, but it does not connect, because Hecarim ulted out of there as soon as he got too low. But that's pretty big, being able to force Hecarim ult out on some pretty immobile champions means that Iron Player can't look for too crazy engages, but he knows this champ pretty well. Seems to be his comfort. He feels absolutely fantastic blind picking it, and it's definitely one of the more underrated champions on the patch. Being able to full clear so effectively, and also gank so effectively early, mid, and late, means that he has options, but so does Drops. Graves is a champion who has been rising in priority so heavily, so this jungle matchup as we move forward, I think, is really important to see how exactly it's working out. Right now, Drops has a lot more resources than Iron Player, so the onus is on Murk, Nimbus' jungler, to be able to put back into his team the resources that they invested into him.
Really, and that's going to be huge, right? Because Shadowy Figure did give up that first blood, right? So Shadowy Figure did ensure that something is going to happen, that he wants Drops to get ahead and get the money, make the plays. They said, okay, look, bot's done. Mid is grinding to a halt. Let's put in the jungler. Let's get Drops ahead. And, I mean, so far it's been working out all right. But really the major thing has just been the fact that Shadowy Figure can't be killed. So anytime that they do these tower dive, Shadowy Figure says, okay, I'll go in first. They don't have healing reduction. I can just kind of keep jumping in, stay in, because I'm a tanky lad. And there's not much they can do about it.
Drops, looking for some damage. Alson gets dangerously low. Yuumi is going to be here to make sure that everybody is topped off for this next dragon fight. And here comes Maokai, the twisted advance. Make sure that True Prophet is stuck in place, at least for a little while. Zonius does come out, this time on the right key. True Prophet, though, gets hit up by the Nature's Grasp, and it seems like he is just way too tanky for Murk Nimbus to be able to effectively barrel through. Forest, though, is having to stay way too far away from the fight, and Shadowy Figure is taking all this damage. Boone on the sideline. Paddlestar manages to pick up that kill, and now Shadowy Figure is in the backline. Piercing Arrow picks off Caitlyn, and True Prophet is brought even lower. Now Murk Nimbus have found their fight. Flash in the back pocket of Boone as Dust to Dawn is getting even lower, and drops flashes in, picks up the ace, and Murk Nimbus head over to Baron. This is the fight they've been looking for. They've finally gotten back on the up and up. 1k gold up as they approach this Baron and look for a massive power play.
And that was huge. I mean, True Prophet wasn't able to get off like kind of that CC that he was looking for. They noticed him too quickly. Shadow Figure had that stun ready. Iron Player wasn't even able to get into the fight, right? He like was desperately trying to get in, but like just too low health, too on taking. Even though Callie wasn't able to deal the damage that he needed to, Orcus right now does not have a good way of dealing with the healing.
Shadowy Figure wants to contest this dragon so much, but he's stuck behind enemy lines. It's got to be a 1v3, possibly 1v4, 1v5 if this fight extends too long, but Shadowy Figure is just trying to heal up. Iron Player's knocking him back into the binding. Heads up play, but he's just at half health, and he just keeps healing. His team is finally here, though. Shadowy Figure just refuses to die, and now in comes Galio, True Prophet. Massive taunt's going to mean that he does finally fall, but Boone with the double kill off one Paddlestar. Luden's Echo paying dividends right now. Drops, trying to damage, burst down. True Prophet, triple kill for Boone. Actually, this guy does not miss. Drops, picking up the 4th kill. Murk Nimbus have finally found their foot in this series, and it all started from one play around Dragon, and eventually, 1.5 minutes later, they will secure it.
And that was big. Now they are pressuring Dragon. They're pressuring Soul. They're pressuring they have all the pressure that they need. Callie's back online. He's got Bork and Ginsu's. He's the champion. He's going for that on. He's got 2 of those items that he needs, and he's just going to start dealing a lot of damage. He wasn't able to do it early on, but now it's finally looks like Murk Nimbus has started to hit their stride, and they are comfortable doing what they know best. The Maokai wasn't. They thought Maokai, we couldn't really do a game 1, game 2. They tried to switch it up. They've realized, screw it. Maokai was definitely the answer this entire time. Let's just put it back on him. What I'm really curious to see is what Orcus is trying to do, because I think Galio needs to finish off that Oblivion Orb into the Morellonomicon. They don't have the healing reduction to deal with the Zoe right now. Zoe's healing up. Maokai is healing up as well. He's got the Spirit Visage and Sunfire, which means he just does not want to die and just cannot die unless somebody gets on him. Like, unless their entire team is on him. But when that happens, all that leaves is for Boone Drops and now Callie to just start shredding away at the team.
Seems like the real secret all along was, now that there's AP on the side of my dog Orcus, Maokai has an excuse to build that Spirit Visage, and you saw just how insanely tanky he was in that fight, and it's only going to get worse. This guy keeps getting more and more gold in his pocket, and Stingus isn't stopping for any armor reduction. Dust to Dawn isn't stopping, at least not yet, for any armor reduction, as he's probably going to be wanting to pick up some crit or survivability next. Now, Shadowy Figure, turret diving, twisting advance is going to make sure that, once again, True Prophet stays in the same place, but this isn't like before. True Prophet is out. Number and Drops is unstoppable, picking up that kill. Top turret is going to fall, and my dog Orcus are not in position to defend this turret effectively. They're all mid lane, trying to make sure that they can get top lane, but this turret is going to get chunked before then. Now, Stingus Alsun is going to look to lane up binding, but he didn't hit that one. Stingus is putting out so much damage on a Shadowy Figure, but it's not going to matter because he gets right on top of it. And with Yumi in the last chapter, so much damage. Murk Nimbus once again are grouped up and ready to fight. Boone returns so much damage onto Alsun, but they're not even going to try and defend this one. Murk Nimbus pick up the win through FF.
And that was huge. Really, I think what happened, that was Shadowy Figure was too much of a threat to handle. He got it, like, even when you're so strong and so comfortable on a champion that you just say, hey, jungler, come here, we'll just give you free kills. And not to mention the fact that every tower dive, they could not even stay alive on a turret because Shadowy Figure says, I can tank the turret. I can also tank all of your damage. I don't care. Just have the rest of the team come in, deal some damage, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, that game was massive for Murk Nimbus in terms of swinging the momentum of this series. It seemed like my dog Orcus had the early game in the bag. Callie was, and still is, even at this point in the game, an immense amount of CS down. Dingus and Alston were putting in the work, but it felt like without the initiation tools that Alston brought in game 1 and 2, they weren't able to pick fights as efficiently, and you know, it all kind of started when Murk Nimbus won that first fight. It seems like if you give Murk Nimbus the tempo early, they know how to use it, and that was a big question for us, because going into Game 3, we'd only seen them on comps that put them on the back foot until 35 minutes, that put them behind the enemy team in terms of power, so we were asking, is it possible for them to pick a more early game focused comp and push for these victories? And after seeing this victory, you know, I'm much more assured about Murk Nimbus than I was before, but that being said, they still have to pull off another 2 wins in a row, a full reverse sweep, if they want to make it to finals, because my dog Orcus did pick up the first 2, and in very convincing fashion, so it's up to Murk Nimbus to prove that those first 2 games were not a fluke.
Exactly. And now as we wait, as we take a quick break, while we wait for Game 4 and an exciting Game 4, especially after this last match, we're just going to take a quick break. So don't touch those browsers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome to Game 4 of Murk Nimbus versus my dog Orcus. As we can see now, so far it has been 2-0 for the third game, and Murk Nimbus turned it around and really showed off that last game. So I'm really curious to see what my dog Orcus are able, if anything, to do against especially that top lane pressure from Shadowy Figure. And here, as we were saying, some traditional bands, the Wukong, the Vel'Koz, they were saving a third slot for Corki those past couple of games, but they have now more than ever decided that Maokai was the real threat, and if you were there for that game, you would say the exact same thing.
Shadowy Figure ran every game he was a part of, as now True Prophet is returning to the Zoe, a champion he popped off on game 2, and an incredibly strong blind pick mid, so it's going to be up to Boone to see what exactly he does into that. And with a lot of his later game options and control mages taken away, I'm wondering what exactly Boone is going to do, because he doesn't have the Zoe, he doesn't have Syndra or Vel'Koz, and one of the things that were really keeping his team in a lot of those fights were the heads-up Bubbles and LeBlanc. Zoe versus LeBlanc. I am so excited to see how this works, because Boone, one of the things I really praised him for in the solo lane was managing to, keep up with whoever his opponent was, but one of the things that he never really did was roam, and he wasn't on the champions equipped to do that, so that makes sense. But now he's on LeBlanc. This is a champ who should be pushing in the Zoe and looking for more plays across the map. LeBlanc is so powerful in the mid game and early on that I am so excited to see how Boone pilots this champion.
And that's going to be really, really exciting. And now what we're noticing is that the Caitlyn got taken away. They said Stingus was doing pretty well on the Caitlyn. Let's see if we could put Callie on the Caitlyn, and if Callie can get ahead for the first time. Because what we've noticed is bot lane has been a massacre from day one on the side of Orcus. Even though Orcus lost that last match, it was not due to bot lane. They put Callie so far up behind that even after they won, Callie was still 40 CS behind Stingus in bot lane.
Yeah, and Stingus looks like he's opting into the safer ADC in terms of the Ezreal. One of the reasons is because Morgana or Thresh would be really strong picks here for a Furious Doctor. The Morgana helps neutralize so much CC for whoever he needs it to, and you can put it on LeBlanc and just send her into the backline and she'll be fine. As well, the Thresh and other hook champions that a Furious Doctor adores, being able to just pick those here and play very aggressively through lane phase might be the key to cracking open the ironclad wall that Stingus and Olsen have been in the first 3 games. But it is actually a Trundle lock-in. We know that Shadowy Figure likes this pick a lot, but it is much more of a flex with drops as well.
I mean, especially now that we notice that Sejuani has been picked for the side of Orcus, my dog Orcus. Trundle is a really nice counter to that Sejuani jungle. And now, as we were talking about, that Morgana is going to get banned, and we're going to see if they ban away the Thresh, because we do know that Furious Doctor really likes playing that. Whereas on the side of Murk Nimbus, they did ban away the Yumi. They said that's too much of a safety net kind of for that bot lane. And same thing for the Rakan. They saw Olsen on Rakan game 1. And they were like, let's not deal with that again. So far, it's been banned pretty regularly. Here we do notice the Graves ban. They don't, just in case Trundle is played top, they do want to just ban away the Graves as their own little precaution, because they say we're pretty comfortable making sure that bot lane is kind of ruined no matter what we do.
With the Morgana being banned out for them after Murk Nimbus picked up the Caitlyn, they just say, all right, put a Furious Doctor back on his hook champions. We saw last series when this guy gets his Nautilus, being able to just snap engage whenever he so pleases brings so much firepower to Murk's squad, and they're holding on to this top jungle flex in terms of the Trundle pretty deep into this draft as well. I want to talk about the Yumi and Rakan a little bit. These are the 2 pretty much best supports with Ezreal, and they're also 2 of Olsen's best supports, but he's not messing around with either of them. He's going for a hook champion in response. Pyke, he's looking to just power farm champions this game, get his team ahead, and set the tempo before a Furious Doctor can.
And I think that's going to be major. It's hook champion versus hook champion. I gotta say, I do like Nautilus more. He's more of that kind of immediate threat. And now with the Gangplank coming out, we do know that it's a Trundle jungle and a Gangplank top that is pretty solid. Gangplank is a pretty safe laner, and I'm really curious to see Shadowy Figure play him, because we have seen him play these, tanky lads with Maokai, and he did extremely well. Jace went all right, but that was Dusk to Dawn on the Aatrox. This is the first time we see Dusk to Dawn on a Mordekaiser, and I'm kind of curious to see how this matchup is going to play out, if he's going to be able to do anything or if he's just going to go behind again, especially into a Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank being able to orange the Shadow Realm does so much in terms of being able to protect himself in that 1v1. So Gangplank, an already very safe top laner, is going to be restricted quite heavily. So one of the things that I'm also really excited to watch is if Boone goes Ignite, because LeBlanc typically you want to put Ignite on her, you need kill threat on that champion early on, but against a Sejuani Zoe, you almost definitely have to take Cleanse, or you are looking down the barrel practically of a shotgun in the mid-game when those bubbles in Glacial Prisons will just be thrown at you non-stop. So Boone, a player traditionally much more safe than before. We're gonna have to see how exactly he decides to play this one out.
And that is what we're talking about right as we about to head into break. So as we've said once, we'll say it again. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch those browsers, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome to Game 4 of Murk Nimbus versus My Dog Orcus. We are gathered to watch this incredible match between the two. So far, these are a lot of new champions coming out on the side of my dog Orcus. We have not seen the Pike, nor the Ezreal, nor the Mordekaiser. The Sejuani has been played. However, it was on the side of Murk Nimbus. So I'm very excited for this game. Very excited to see what changes come.
Yeah, sorry about the slideshow there, chat. There were some bitrate issues on my end, but we are going to get into it, and once again, repeat to Game 2, Iron Players trying to blow out my eardrums with his vision pings, but what that does show is really heads-up play by them, and Iron Player might actually decide to recall here, go towards the bot side, and look like both teams trying to get a little more vision, and priority in the early parts of this game, there's blood in the water. Murk, or pardon me, not Murk, my dog Orcus, know that they can play all out this game, because if they win it, it's their series, but if they manage to fall behind, that's fine. They have one more game safety net, so expect a lot more aggressive plays than they might normally have, despite not having the comp that normally would go for that.
I think that's going to be pretty big. We do notice that with Boone's Electrocute, he is going for those kind of short, quick trades. And with that cleanse, he's hoping that bubble shouldn't be too much of a problem. As we were saying earlier, he really does need that bubble to... Oh, does he get the Electrocute? No, he does not. But with that, cleanse, he should be safe from bubble. He should be safe from Glacial Prism later on in the match, and that should be very helpful. What's going to be major here is if Allison is able to kind of land the hooks as he did the bindings and the other things before, will he get that poke off? Here comes Electrocute, dealing the damage that you want on LeBlanc. And as we're just kind of jumping around, there's a lot of skirmishing, there's a lot of fights going on, but it's going to be very interesting later on in the match where Dusk Dawn, what he's going to plan on doing on that Mordekaiser, we have not seen that on him, and going up against a Gangplank is not something that sounds like a good time on Mordekaiser.
Well, Mordekaiser should be pressuring Shadowy Figure in some of these more extended trades, but Shadowy Figure, every time Grasp is up, he just goes for the shot and walks away exactly like that. Gangplank pretty much just plays around that timer, and you can see that the damage and trade power it is providing him. Although he doesn't have the Corrupting Pot, that early Mana Crystal means that he's looking for an early Sheen and early power in this lane. We haven't seen Shadowy Figure on the Gangplank so far. Dusk to Dawn, Fighter, Juggernaut, not too much has changed for him, but Shadowy Figure, one game he was on a more carry-oriented champion. He did end up falling, so the onus is on him to step this up.
And now we're noticing a little bit of a fight pop out, but I think it's just going to be little trades for right now. I don't think anything major is going to happen. A lot more damage coming out. Dusk Dawn again doing kind of his EQ, trying to get those damage in. Whereas Callie now on the Caitlyn instead of Sting they did really just take that away because they thought it was, I think, just too big of a threat. And it really was. It was really being a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's now topside, just like you were talking about, Shadowy Figure and Dusk to Dawn. Now in a duel, Dusk to Dawn, though, that shield is so massive for him. Grasp proc, so it's going to do quite a bit of damage backwards, but Shadowy Figure is running low on mana. Meanwhile, on the bot side, a Fury Structure manages to buffer that CC with a hook. And a nice Piltover Peacekeeper manages to get some poke down in return, but a Fury Structure almost caught out there very dangerously. On the upside, though, drops. This is a jungler who we've seen previously in other series, particularly in the quarterfinal match. This is a jungler who, when he sees the enemy jungler, he knows how to exploit their positioning. You see right now, as soon as he saw Sejuani on the bot side, he decided, hey, this Scuttle Crab is now mine. Now, on the bot side, once again, just these little skirmishes are happening all around the map. And it's because of the amount of initiation or grab tools that both teams have. Bubbles, hooks, chains, pillars, and more. Both of these teams are looking for these fights, but they're also a little wary because some of these champions do, in fact, want to scale. So it's going to really be up to the players now to decide how exactly these micro trades work out and if they are advantageous for their champion. For example, Gangplank is perfectly fine waiting it out in the laning phase, but Shadowy Figure has been very aggressive on this pick, looking for every Grasp proc he can take. So it's going to be quite dangerous if he manages to take a bad trade. Mordekaiser is going to be able to exploit the hell out of that, especially if Gangplank already uses his oranges. As soon as he does, that's just heads up for Dust to Dawn to be able to send him to the Shadow Realm. But for now, at least, Shadowy Figure is dealing a lot of damage in these trades. Dust to Dawn doesn't have shield anymore, so Shadowy Figure knows he can just keep barreling this guy down.
I think that's really major, right? Like, exactly what happened last time with Shadowy Figure just saying, okay, grass stack. And you saw him doing that on Maokai a lot as well. He just kind of keeps stacking, he keeps getting the health, he keeps healing. And then eventually he just says, well, you're low enough,
I'm just gonna
He's
on melee of Dust to Dawn. He's going to have to use the oranges to try and return some damage, and he does. Misses the barrel chain, but manages to get that parlay off. Dusk to Dawn, just like we were talking about, now that Shadowy Figure has used the oranges, he's not going to have it for another 20 seconds, so if Dusk to Dawn can push for level 6 then, this could be huge. We know solo laners are approaching that right now. Murk Nimbus, though, looking for this Ocean Dragon finally in this series. They are managing to get the first dragon. True Prophet is looking for something a little cheeky there, doesn't manage to get it off, and in the top lane, both of these top laners are looking for more and more. Shadowy Figure, before Dust to Dawn can get the level 6, knows he should be punishing and pushing this trade to the limit, and he uses his ultimate, and the Grass proc almost pushes Dust to Dawn low enough for the kill.
I think what was major there was, I mean, Dust to Dawn saw the fact that he used the orange, but it did not matter because at that point in time, Gangplank was so close.
Oh, Boone misses the chains. That likely would have been a kill, or at least a flash out of there, but Boone does pressure Zoe pretty much out of this lane for a while as well. A very aggressive freeze means that he's going to dictate where these minions lie, and by extension, where True Prophet has to position if he doesn't want to back. Something I do kind of want to point out is True Prophet has opted for the Hextech Revolver, looking for these shorter trades and trying to push more value out of their spells as opposed to going towards that Lost Chapter first item. It could have been a gold thing, could be an itemization thing. Either way, you do need to kind of keep your eye on him, because if Zoe gets ahead, she can push that extremely far, and the exact same could be said about Boone on the LeBlanc. Now, the blue buffs, we expect them to be handed over by both junglers, although Drops has liked giving the Boone blues a lot more than Iron players like giving True Prophet blues, so we will see how that goes. But when LeBlanc has infinite mana, that lane should be run by her.
Yeah, especially if Zoe does not end up getting this blue, it looks like Zoe's just going to try to take their both mid laners are going to back it right now. If Alston lands those hooks as he wants to, that could spell a really dangerous game for the side of Murk Nimbus. But so far, we haven't seen any big hooks except for that first one early on. And it looks like all lanes have started to calm down a little bit. Both mid laners went back. We're noticing that Zoe's immediately picking up some sort of magic resist against kind of the LeBlanc, trying to get something a little bit safer. Whereas finally the Caitlyn Nautilus is coming in handy. They're applying the pressure that they want to before Ezreal can really start getting ahead.
Oh yeah, Ezreal, those two items, he is one of the strongest ADCs in the game, but we're going to have to focus on the mid lane. Redemption, as soon as True Prophet gets it, he knows he can push this mid lane to the limit, and the hook actually lands, but a nice buffer from Stingus means that he's going to get out, even though a Furious Doctor follows up on a lot of that damage, and Shadowy Figure might be looking for a back here, is just trying to push in this lane, but Dust to Dawn and Iron Player have something to say about it. Although he oranges out of it, it's right into Iron Player, but an incredible dodge means that the Glacial Prison isn't going to connect, but First Blood manages to come through anyway. 3 members are up in the top lane, and that means Drops is looking for something bottom lane, but compared to the other two games, I do want to mention how bloodless this one has been. That was the First Blood 9.5 minutes into this game.
I honestly did not realize it was going to be First Blood up until the moment that the announcer said it.
Oh, the slow in, actually, that's a lot of damage onto Stingus. Oh, and he does fall to the Gangplank ultimate. Now, Alston's looking for something. The flash does not follow through, though, and the death from below doesn't help TP him out of there. Furious Doctor lives with less than 100 health. And now, this bot lane turret, Callie's looking for it. LeBlanc was going to get out of there, but now he's so low. However, cleanse, a little bit of a late cleanse, I will admit, is going to do nothing but give True Prophet the movement speed he might need to get out of there. That's the damage that Zoe can provide if she lands even a single bubble.
I think what happened there was really they thought, okay, well, if I just flash away, if I just, if I move away quickly enough, then Zoe shouldn't be able to follow. You forget the range that Zoe can throw her paddle stars, and instead of actually helping her out, that meant she took a lot more damage than she really needed to.
Yeah. Boone was not expecting that level of follow-up, I don't think. None of us really were, but True Prophet from downtown made sure that Boone is not going to have any summoner spells for the foreseeable future, but LeBlanc is pretty safe in this lane. Unless you manage to bait out her distortion, it is incredibly hard to gank LeBlanc, especially when she has cleanse and has been playing as far back as she has been, and now that Dragon is going to be coming up in the next 15 seconds, both teams are going to be looking down here. You see Sejuani pathing, and we might see a little bit of a repeat of what Murk Nimbus did last game, but this time coming out from my dog Orcus. Iron Player has the Rift Herald and might be looking to use the mid-prio this Zoe keeps generating to help his team secure it, but instead they're looking for True Prophet. Chains connect, and she doesn't have a flash, but she manages to ultimate to try and get out of it. True Prophet is so low, but she might just survive. The auto attack from Boone isn't enough, and now Drops is in a very dangerous situation. Death from below isn't quite up yet. Boone manages to distort out. Olsen gets knocked up on the backline, but he keeps looking for something. Death from below is up in 2, 1. He's ready for it. Shadowy Figure, Boone, and a Furious Doctor are all so low, and he knows it. Drops. He's trying to play frontline for his team and pressure out Olsen, and so far it's been working.
A very big play. If Death from below had been up a second or two earlier, that would have spelled death. But so far,
True Prophet is in a lot of danger, and I think may have actually dodged that.
Yeah, so I think what happened there was the Zoe ult was able to block the Caitlyn ult from proccing on her, and instead ended up hitting the Pike.
Okay.
So it ended up saving her from that, but then Zoe ult forces her to just go back, and all of Murk was there waiting for her.
Speaking of
Didn't
Pike,
matter.
he's also looking for something, but instead, looks like my dog Orcus are just going to look for a nice old-fashioned trade. They're picking up some plates on the bot side, finally using that Rift Herald they've had for quite some time to try and get some more gold onto Ezreal. He's picked up the tier in Sheen, likely going to move towards this Manamune, try and get it stacking up earlier so that once he hits 2 items, his power will be on par, if not exceeding that of Caitlyn. And Zoe Ezreal have been a classic combo since these 2 champions have been viable. The poke, just that it adds to your composition, can really allow you to do so much more when you move forward to this mid and later game fights. So I'm very excited to see how True Prophet and Stinkus work together, and how this gold is going to be allocated moving forward.
Again, Drops giving the blue over to Boone, making sure that they get what they want, and forcing out the fact that his team. Now, even though LeBlanc does have Lost Chapter, I mean, that is kind of big. That should solve most of your mana problems. Now with blue, LeBlanc can just spam the ever-living shit out of her spells and just not care.
Prophet and Dusk to Dusk both looking for this. However, Dusk to Dawn baits out the oranges in his own special way, and that means that Shadow Figure is going to have a very rough time living through this, and the Death from below is going to come out, and the gold goes into the pockets of Zoe, who actually picks up the kill, I believe, through the Ignite. He just wanted a little bit of that gold share.
Yeah, Olsen just thought, hey, it'll be fine.
Olsen drops flashes on him, manages to dodge the undertow, and Boone almost getting burst out, but that wasn't the same Boone, and now a flash slam from Dusk to Dawn. Means that Boone is going to fall, and now Stingus actually had to flash out of that one. He didn't have the Arcane Shift, and although a Furious Doctor does hook him back out of that trap, he's still going to fall. Kelly and a Furious Doctor have looked so much stronger, not only individually, but also as a duo this game, as compared to the previous games.
Now, that's been major, but that's their one downside so far on the side of Murk Nimbus has been the fact that Cali just hasn't been able to do much. They've been behind constantly, and now we're showing the fact that Cali has this other side, that Cali can do damage, can pop off a little bit, and be the AD carry that Murk Nimbus has needed these past few games. This is a complete 180 from the way that Cali has been the past few other games, where it just felt like one of their carries was not existent.
Yeah, and one of the things I do kind of want to mention, though, is drops for low econ jungler has picked up a mighty large amount of kills, and now Callie's got out in the mid lane. Glacial Prison is going to confirm that kill is being handed over to Stingus, and that should mean Manamune. So he's going to be looking for a good opportunity to pick up that very important item for his champion and his scaling opportunities moving forward.
I think now what we're going to look at is they should just start setting up vision control around Rift Herald. It is the next buff. It's up in 15 seconds. They should be ready to proc for it, and especially now that Callie's gone for the next second or two, they should be able to do something. That's probably why Ezreal won't back until afterwards, after Rift Herald is killed. Especially with the second one, it could give either team the chance to open up mid-tier turret and get those. Especially now the fact that both top and bot on the side of my dog, Murk, Nimbus have. I'm just waiting for a fight to break out. A little bit of poke, a little bit of damage.
Furious Doctor does land the hook, but so does Alcin, pushing him deeper and deeper into the fight. Iron Player is getting bursted lower and lower, and an incredible stopwatch from a Furious Doctor means that there's going to be no more death from below this team fight. Shadowy Figure flashes into the back line, but doesn't actually manage to land anything there. Dusk to Dawn came out of the Death Realm perfectly healthy, and now he's going to try and get something more onto Drops, who did pick up the kill and actually picked up the Rift Herald, but in the back line, Callie gets hit by a bubble, and that spells his doom. A great fight for my dog Orcus, but the objective was picked up by Drops on the side of Murk Nimbus.
Yeah, he did say, you know what, I'll sacrifice my life. I don't think I'm going to get out of this anyway, so I'll just get the Rift Herald and just make sure to catch that. You did see the fact that Pike tries to Dragon White, tries to get, some kind of cheeky playoffs, that way he can't actually pick up Rift Herald, but it doesn't really end up meaning much, and they're forced to just leave without Rift Herald, but with 3 kills and a little bit of extra gold under their belts.
Yeah, and that really does mean a lot, because if you look at the gold to kill diff, it's going towards Murk. Or, pardon me, it's going away from Murk a pretty heavy amount, and they're looking to rectify that right now. True Prophet almost getting burst down, but a great hook from Alcin means that Drops is going to be able to walk away pretty healthy. Iron Player manages to land an incredible stun on Callie, who's forced out of that fight. Now, Nautilus is asleep, and he's trying to get burst down. Dusk to Dawn is just sitting in the middle of this fight. Conqueror keeping him so healthy, but Boone picks up the kill. Now, Shadowy Figure is trying to do something, but manages to just hit that barrel and speed away. Both teams are dancing around this dragon right now, as it seems like my dog Orcus are going to manage to pick it up, and this was a dragon that Murk really, really wanted. It would have put them on third Drake and added so much pressure. Now, Drops is dropping down.
I'm gonna think that he tried to put down a ward.
1v1 Iron Players. The Subjugate comes out, and Iron Player has lost so many tank stats, and with the Arctic Charge forced out, that actually means that Iron Player's not going to have a way into this pit for a little while. He has no flash. Shadowy Figure is trying to zone off the jungler and keeps poking him down, but Dragon's still at 1.5k. Now, Shadowy Figure gets lower and lower. Gargoyle's Stone Plate comes through, saving Iron Player's life, but at what cost? Red Team is going to pick up the Cloud Dragon and are 1 away from Soul.
I'm gonna think that Drops tried to drop a ward there.
He tried to put down a ward for TP, yeah.
Yeah, alright, just making sure. Does end up just getting the control ward, and that fixes it all up, but that does mean that Rift Herald should be wasted here. Singha should be able to just pick it up pretty easily, and it shouldn't get the charge off, which means that the earlier fight for Rift Herald was a complete loss on the side of Murk Nimbus. However, they were able to pull it back. Should see a pause here. Yeah.
Just like you were mentioning, that bad Rift Herald placement really recontextualized that entire fight, because the one upside, you dropped 3 members, but the one upside was the tempo swing that Rift Herald provides practically on command. It gives you a lot of map pressure. If you're able to take down turrets, it forces an enemy response, and it lets you dictate the game for a few minutes after you place it if you play your cards right. But by losing it there, Drops has just accidentally put his team on the back foot yet again. Now, they aren't just 2 to 3k gold down, but they're 2 to 3k gold down without an easy way to generate that tempo other than through the plays of the players themselves. So a lot of what that Rift Herald would have secured was space for them to get vision around Dragon and secure this Cloud Soul that's going to be so massive moving forward into the game.
I think what was really big about that fight was, again, Pyke earlier on in the fight when my dog Orcus was able to get those kind of get that damage off onto Murk Nimbus. He doesn't have ult. His ult was still down from the earlier fight against Rift Herald, and so he just didn't have it up ready to go for this next fight. And when I think that's why these Cloud Drakes are going to be so major. If Murk Nimbus doesn't get this soul point and my dog Orcus is slowly able to capture up some Cloud Dragons, that could be very, very good on the side of Orcus, especially with that Glacial Prison coming out and that Death from Below, because you want that up for every fight. These fights that they haven't had it up, they've come so close to winning, but each time has been a barely scraping by with like nothing occurring. Whereas, and then what happened then was they gave Murk Nimbus enough time to back off, heal up, and then they came back in with full health, except for, maybe the Trundle that already was at about half.
Absolutely, and even if they don't get Cloud Soul like you're talking about, that cooldown is so valuable, not only for Olsen, but also for Sejuani and even Stingus, because when you reduce the cooldown of that True Shot Barrage even more, it means that the Mystic Shot's 1 second reduction means a lot going towards getting that ultimate multiple times and being able to clear waves all across the map.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be very major about this next few fights, see what happens, because if they just wait for Dragon to be up for the next 4 minutes, because Baron's up in the next 20 seconds. That's guaranteed. But I don't think either team is going to go for it unless some very big play happens. So instead, it might just be a waiting game. See if Ezreal gets his Muramana before Dragon spawns up again, and that, kind of play happens. Because he finally was able to go back. Those few fights they had around Rift Herald, around Dragon, around that, he did not have Muramana. He did not have Mana Immune yet either. So now he went back, he had a bunch of gold in his pocket, he bought the Mana Immune, he bought the Fade, he's building towards that Triforce, and he should be able to deal a lot more damage in these upcoming fights.
Absolutely. We were talking earlier about how Ezreal is the premier 2-item ADC. Once he finishes that Muramana, or gets that Muramana, and gets his Triforce, he should be dealing immense amount of damage in these team fights, and now Shadowy Figure gets hit by the Grasp, and Dusk to Dawn is looking for a fight. 3 procs income. Iron, and Shadow Figure just oranges and walks away.
I mean, I don't think anything. I think just Dawn, sees the fact that there's going to be a bit aggressive. They don't know where anybody else on the team is. I think C is actually drops coming in and says we need to back out. That is not a fight I can take. I can't just ult one and be fine, especially because if I ult, drops just counteracts my ult, and if I ult Shadowy Figure, he just oranges and is fine.
As we look into the inventory of Orcus, you can see that 4 members do have their pink wards, and considering the vision control that Orcus already have around Baron, that is massive, because it means that they're going to be able to maintain this vision line, even if now we see more pink wards coming in from Murk, but even if Murk managed to break that line, it means that Orcus aren't going to have to, give that up without backing off and giving up a lot of map pressure due to lost members, and that means a lot, as Baron is going to be the main objective up for the next 2 minutes before Cloud Dragon is up and Soul Point is threatened.
And that really is... Drops says, hey, this is my jungle, only I'm allowed to take these things. Again, we're noticing why LeBlanc is totally fine into Zoe. She can W around, and should the case come up where you get bubbled, you just kind of W back or W away. So we throwing out those bubbles, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to see if they can't land some sort of poke, especially because if they land on the right target, that could spell Baron for Orcuses.
Oh yeah, and Baron is something that you don't want to see a team like Orcuses have. If you have this insane poke comp that sieges so effectively, then it means that once you get Baron, turrets are yours. Almost no contest without a really great flank from Boone or initiation from a Furious Doctor, so this could be a pivotal turning point back into My Dog Orcus's favor, because although they've had the vision line very far up positioned and some great pressure on the map, they've been losing a lot of these fights.
And that's going to be really big, especially now that Dragon's spawning up in 30 seconds, and they really don't want to give this up. I think they really don't want to let the side of Murk Nimbus have that extra mobility, have that chance.
Zoe ultimates, and that means she loses so much mobility now. Trundle's looking for something with the pillar, but a Furious Doctor is caught out before he can join his team. Getting lower and lower, forcing out the flash. Shadowy Figure is here to try and push back off My Dog Orcus, and he's just going to kind of go for these little exchanges and try and get out. Stingus does manage to land the W, possibly with an auto attack, and a Furious Doctor goes in, Dusk to Dawn. Shadow realms him, and that's going to mean that there is no front line for Murk right now, especially since Drop's subjugated to suboptimal target, I believe. Now, Stingus had to flash to get away from Shadowy Figure, but that's going to mean the Shadowy Figure actually falls. Death from below misses, and that's going to be a big team fight ult that Orcus does not have, but they are one man up. They don't start the Dragon, though, and that means that they're just going to keep looking. Olsen is caught out, and a Furious Doctor is hit by so much damage as you see that he has no chance. Now, Olsen just ignites Boone, who manages to actually get the return kill. Big play coming out from him. Now Dusk to Dawn is looking. Doesn't have flash, but has a lot of damage, and the bubble goes out, but Distortion away. Means the Stingus is going to look for this, but something to note, Iron Player is down, Drops is not. I don't believe there is a cone, but I could be wrong. There is a cone. Drops going into the pit, and he's looking for this steal. He's going to get it. The smite is up. That's going to be Soul, actually. Drops dying for the cause, but Shadowy Figure, one of his El Clasico teleports coming out once again, but he's going to get caught out. That probably wasn't the time to try and turn that, but a 2 for nothing in that back end of the fight does, however, mean that Cloud Soul is going to go over to Boone, but Boone, a very, very unlucky Distortion reactivation means he's going to be placed right back into the middle of My Dog Orcus. Now 3 kills for Soul. It's going to be up to Murk Nimbus to be able to push back against all of the pressure that My Dog Orcus is about to exert, because if My Dog Orcus get in Baron, that's still going to be 3 minutes where they still beat on a macro and micro level Murk Nimbus. So a lot of what this game is going to depend on is this Baron and who gets it, but Drops just stole a Baron already, or stole a neutral objective already, so we know he's up for the task. Now this time Iron Player is going to be there with his smite, but a lot of this game is going to hinge on how these teams play around it.
Yeah, and that's really major, especially now that we've noticed that Ezreal, Stingus, was dealing damage that last fight. He did start Dragon without a jungler around, which might not have been the best play, but he now does have that Triforce Myrrh mana, and that is major damage. We see... Oh, okay.
For something. Stormrazor is going to slow him up, which means it's going to be harder for him to reinitiate into this fight in the depth charge. Knocking up True Prophet, but so far away from the fight that it almost doesn't even matter. Callie is just on wave clear duty right now, and we were talking about how powerful of a siege and poke setup My Dog Orcus have, and you saw it right there. When they had the wave, Murk Nimbus could not walk up. They just had to clear it, and then they could start trying to make moves, and with Baron, it's going to get worse, but both teams are playing around bot right now. Drops might have been caught out as Olsen's looking for something. Shadowy Figure is in this Gromp pit. Caught out, hoping that Vision isn't caught of him. Maybe look for some cheeky barrel chains, and now Bubble, True Prophet is just fishing.
Yeah. Again, they just want to... If they land the bubble, that's a lot of damage that can... Ooh, looks like the bubble almost got that blue, but it was able to be dragged away. But again, True Prophet's just going for these bubbles, just trying to see if they can't get something out of this and see if they can't get a little bit of extra damage off, so that way the side of Orcus makes it even easier. If they can even get some sort of fight off, some sort of extra initiation, that's going to be huge for their side and huge to just knock somebody out of the match, especially with that bubble pedal start combo.
Oh yeah. But now, a lot of fights around the bot lane, just trying to poke Shadowy Figure off of this turret, not really give him a chance, but he knows he has to take down this cannon minion if he wants to let the turret survive. Depth charge hitting Olsen, and I think also True Prophet when he was going in there, and Olsen is very, very low, is going to be scared to go into this fight without his death from below, so that's what he's going to be looking for. Healing up on the side, though, as Duskshadon gets chunked out even more. Nice hook is going to mean that Boone is in a very dangerous situation, even more dangerous situation as the bubble connects, and that means that, I think the clone blocked that, actually. Boone, very, very, very close to death there.
Yeah, I mean, both Boone and True Prophet barely survives with any sort of life.
Uh-oh, Callie, these are the positional problems we were talking about, and he gets the shutdown, but Pyke generates 900 gold for his team, so that one might not be the most worth.
Yeah, so Pyke does land that kind of shutdown gold, and gets the kill for his team. Finally gets that death from below that he's been wanting for a while now. But we're gonna notice that Callie does have this kind of positional problem every single time. You know, even when they're ahead, when they're very, very far ahead, it's okay because Callie's just aggressive and it works out perfectly. But Callie isn't as ahead as they would like to be at this point in the stage. You know, they were forced to buy the QSS for the Zoe bubbles, for the Pyke stuns, and for the Glacial Prism and stuff like that, which means that they're even a little bit more behind in gold on the Ezreal. And as the Ezreal just gets more and more money, that's just gonna be too much of a threat to really ignore.
Yeah, Callie's aggressive playstyle is something that had been absolutely exploited games 1, 2, and 3, and Game 4 is one of the first times this series that he's really been on even footing with Stingus and Olsen. So, seeing him still playing that far forward, Shadowy Figure, that was a Boone recall right there.
he said, "Oh, you know, it'll be fun." I mean, you know, he was doing really well early on in the game, and he's still a threat because he is this gangplank. But we're going to storyline. It looks like he's dying a lot more often than he probably would have liked. Maybe he needs to take a page away from Boone and just, you know, maybe plays for safer recalls. And safer teleports.
As strong as Gangplank is as you proceed later and later into the game, he is still 1-6, so those barrel chains aren't hitting that hard yet. He's going to start picking up his crit items now. In that Essence Reaver first, likely into an Infinity Edge. So Gangplank is going to start getting those just massive spikes of damage that he's known for, those huge barrel chains, but not quite yet. Right now, he's just a kind of beefy side laner. And as Drops gets hit by that, and the Paddle Star, he's going to get so much damage. Subjugation is going to ensure that Stingus falls. But a TP into the back line onto a Furious Doctor. He is in a lot of trouble. Dusk to Dawn is just in the middle of Murk Nimbus in his Shadow Realm, so as soon as he comes out of it, it could be in trouble. When he manages to slay a Furious Doctor in Zonius, is going to mean that he might survive in this fight. Iron Player is zoning off Callie. Onto him. Drops is going to fall to the Ignite, but he goes into Zonius as well. Callie's forced to use the QSS, and Iron Player just Arctic charging. And now the Glacial Prison means that Callie's forced out of the fight just a little bit more. Callie, though, snipes out more than one member. That little Zonia's trap tech, something that True Prophet did not predict. And as soon as he came out of that zone, as Callie mentioned, to pick up the kill, and now it's all up to Pyke, really, to be able to survive. Chains come out. If the second part of the chains connect, Olsen will die, but being able to heal through a lot of that damage was critical to his success. And now that Murk Nimbus have the advantage on the map, they're looking to push this in some way. They know that whichever team gets Elder Dragon will have a massive advantage in this game. One so huge, they may be able to close it out.
I think that's what's very major. Unfortunately, what happened there on the side of Orcus was Stingus just got caught out, got stuck with that, you know, ice pillar on the back line, couldn't move, was stuck, and although, like, you know, they have the escape on the rest of the members with the Zoe, got the Paddle Star, that was huge damage, and thought it was great on drops. Stingus was just forced to die right at the beginning, and they don't have that traditional damage that you look for in the Ezreal. So if that happens again, I'm not sure if Orcus is going to be able to win, or, like, that was mostly just a fight that Orcus said, let's see what we can get out of it, especially with that loss of the Ezreal at the beginning. They were able to do relatively well for that, but almost too much was lost for that fight.
Yeah, a lot was lost there. Now Boone is looking to get onto Ezreal, but that arcane shift, so powerful in safety. But Alston gets burst out. Depth charge is now following him. They know his location despite having no vision. Chains will not miss, but Caitlyn also doesn't miss, and Stingus is the one who actually takes the brunt of that damage despite Alston still falling. Now, Pillar lands onto Kelly, who is extremely scared. However, she has the elixir, which means that she has more gold and lifesteal than she normally should right now, and Dusk to Dawn manages to pick up the kill. Drops. Shadowy Figure is extremely low. Stairs Cage is going to mean he survives. Kelly healing up on the backline and dealing so much damage, but you really can't break through this Gargoyle Stone Plate as True Prophet and Dusk to Dawn are just wreaking havoc on Murk Nimbus, but Murk Nimbus say no you, and Dusk to Dawn walks away hobbling with 2 health.
That was big. Ends up with a 2-for-2 trade, which is totally fine on the side of Murk. You know, they wanted that. Stingus may have gotten a little overconfident there. Thought he'd get that quick kill and then back off. Was just burst down. Unfortunately, what happened really was he took that shot for the pike, trying to save Alston. You know, being an AD carry that I don't think most supports would see. You know, sacrificing their own health bar for their support is not something you usually see in solo queue. But unfortunately, I did spell his death because Boone just said, oh, okay, cool, and just jumped in and murdered him.
Alston, once again, getting low. This guy has just been living on the edge these last 2 fights. But we know how powerful the death from below can be in these team fights, especially when you have a poke comp. Pike is a critical element in modern poke comps. Being able to really exploit the already low health bars of the enemy means a lot. Now True Prophets is going to get burst out by LeBlanc. Boone, now on the sideline, won't have Distortion for a little while longer and is looking for something back onto the team. Field goal coming out from Stingus, and Elder Dragon gets lower and lower, but the blue team is the one who steals it. Iron Player jumps in there, and he knows that the Gargoyle Stone Plate is enough to keep him alive. Subjugate is giving Drops health. Now, Caitlyn has picked off Dusk to Dawn, but Elder Dragon still means so much. Stingus is getting lower and lower and lower, and Iron Player is waiting for the Arctic Assault. Use it to get over that wall. Elder Dragon stolen by Iron Player, and then he just walks out. That was an absolutely insane play, and not one that you wanted if you were Murk Nimbus.
That really was impressive. I think what happened there is Iron Player does have that smite level on drops. You can see that the Sejuani's 15 versus the Trundle 14. I think that really helped secure that, but it just to not be punished for it. I think what happened there is that Murk decided, oh, hey, look, Dusk to Dawn is out of place. Let's go in and kill him. But that also meant that Sejuani was just able to get out totally fine. And the side of Orcus really just weren't punished for that stolen Elder Drake. And now are pressuring for the Baron, knowing that they have the ability to just turn and get those kills if need be.
They don't even need to start it. They just sit around here, control vision, and then Zoe fishes for bubbles exactly like that. But they're going to start it anyway because they know they have Elder Dragon, and if Murk Nimbus even dare to approach them, they win those fights, especially in a 4v5. Gangplank is trying to do a little something here on the edge, but once again, Alston getting into very dangerous territory.
The majority of these fights have been Alston just getting very low, and then Alston being like, okay, cool.
But so far, this fight has actually been won by Murk Nimbus. By forcing out Alston and getting a bottom lane turret, Shadowy Figure is providing so much pressure for his team. This is how you want to execute a split comp. You don't want to fight, but Boone is okay going for these trades, because as long as he doesn't get hit by spells, he should be perfectly A-okay, especially with diving this Zoe.
Yeah, and you know, I think he's thinking, I've got the cleanse worst case, should something occur, let's just play it safe. Let's just see if I can't get a little bit of damage. Try to outpoke the poke comp, interestingly enough. And here we see them starting it up again.
Yeah, the exact same thing as before, but this time Blitzcrank, pardon me, Gangplank is not with the team. Iron Player is going to get rooted up, and that could be huge. Subjugation goes through. Iron Player is now so susceptible, and forcing out the Gargoyle Stone Plate means that he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, Both ADCs are looking for some more poke damage. Stingus is positioning farther and farther ahead. Nice QSS coming out from Cali, who's not just walking forward and DPSing. True Prophet is in so much trouble, but Cali is untouched. He's just putting out the damage, but so is Stingus. The range on both of them is absolutely immense. Drops gets hit by the bubble, and that could be in trouble. Stingus, Arcane shifting forward. Looking for something more, and a flash from True Prophet. He really wanted Boone there.
I mean, he had the flash on his W. I think.
Oh, Cali just 1v2ing! But he's almost going to fall. Is he going to be able to lift through this? And he does. He flashes out. There is no way he survives this, and the flail does come through, securing the kill. Now, way behind them, Stingus is 1v1ing his drops. Well, yet again, I've already said that pun, but I like it just that much. Boone picking up blue buff, and 3 versus 2 with Murk having to be forced off of the map. This is not looking good for Murk Nimbus right now. And although Elder Dragon has dropped, when you secure Baron, as long as you get it on the right cycle, which they pretty much are, you're able to secure Elder Dragon almost with that Baron pressure because you have the Baron buff. So this timing is looking really favorable for my dog Orcus.
No. We're noticing that.
Oh, over the wall, Boone's looking for damage onto Stingus. If that happens one more time, Stingus is guaranteed down. Boone is just playing this LeBlanc so in and out that it's really hard for my dog Orcus to be able to counter it, because if you don't hit him with any kind of CC, then you're in a lot of trouble, and every bit of CC, other than the Shadow Realm really, is skill shot based. So Boone playing very, very carefully, but at the same time very, very aggressively. And I think in some of these fights, I do kind of want to see Dusk to Dawn take LeBlanc out of the fight. A lot of times, he's been ulting a Furious Doctor, and although that does provide some value in terms of denying the Gargoyle Stone Plate and keeping that Hook Champion out of the fights, by that exact same token, it keeps some very valuable players in play. Without Boone being able to just in and out in a lot of these fights, I feel like Murk Nimbus don't really have a leg to stand on unless Cali can perform like he was at the beginning of that fight.
I think what they really, really want or need is to proc the Boone Cleanse or the Cali QSS. Because I think that's what's... Oh, actually, yeah, okay. Or the Cali QSS. Because I think that's what's stopping Dusk to Dawn from really just trying to ult anybody else. He's noticing, okay, we've got Gangplank W, we've got Trundle QSS, we've got Boone who has Cleanse. And I think he's just worrying too much about, okay, do they have QSS, do they have Cleanse, do they have this or that?
Oh, now Boone's going in onto the backline, and Olsen once again is getting depth charged. He's getting lower and lower, but Iron Player decides I'm going to die for my team sins, and he does. It's taken down. True Prophet was pushing that top side, trying to get advantages on the top side of the map, and he's going to keep it up because now Murk Nimbus are stuck in the bottom side of the map. They have to keep pressure on this Elder Dragon, but Boone's looking for more of Olsen, and the Electric, he picks up the kill. Dust to Dawn now. Tries to Shadow Realm, but drops just instantly QSS's. Cali is untouched in this fight now. He's taking down Dusk to Dawn, and the timers are immense. 60 seconds for the top laner of my dog Orcus, and now this should just be a free Elder Dragon. Look where the champions are. Ezreal and Zoe both are deep in the topside jungle of Murk Nimbus, which means this Elder Dragon is going their way, and if they time this right, if they play these fights right, they could get even more in terms of the Baron. Now Stingus is actually just 1v1ing Shadowy Figure, but Shadowy Figure returns with the damage. But, oh, Shadowy Figure, the Elder Dragon right on cue. Means that Stingus is going to fall, but True Prophet managed to pick up the kill on the back end, getting more and more top pressure, trying to stop this Baron in any way he can, but it's not looking like he's going to be able to. Drops, Kelly, and a Furious Doctor are running over at a breakneck pace.
And now you see that they're starting up Baron immediately, knowing that they have the Elder Dragon buff, exactly what Orcus was trying to do earlier, but it looks like this time Murk is actually going to succeed, whereas Orcus did not.
Yeah, Murk is picking up that Baron, and they're going to have double buffs for a sizable amount of time, which means they can do anything they want in this map. Or on this map there, you should be able to push lanes, take that top tier 1, you know, open up the map more, give themselves more pressure for upcoming Barons if the game for some reason lasts another 6 minutes. So it's really up to Murk Nimbus now to push the lead that they have.
I think that's what's going to be very major in these next couple of minutes, is seeing what Murk Nimbus decides to do, because, you know, in terms of the siege comp, like, they do have that Caitlyn, they do have the ability to just kind of put somebody under turret and just kind of keep them there. But how well is that going to work out with the fact that Orcus has not lost too many turrets? Top lane still has the outer turret. Mid lane still has the inner turret. Really, it's bot lane that's very weak. And as you can see, Murk Nimbus is saying, let's just all go in on the bot lane and let's just take down that inhib turret.
They want this inhib because also if they get this inhib, it'll be so important for getting them pressure on the other sides of the map on those top turrets that they want, on those mid turrets that they want. And now everyone is looking for a fight. Drops barely going to dodge that bubble, but if you're a Doctor, just walks right through it. Pretty alpha move right there. And now Caitlyn, we were talking last game about how sometimes Caitlyn's just want to put down the poke, and that's what's happening here. Shadow Figure trying to get some nice barrel chains off, but Callie is burst down so much, I think, just by the Proto Belt. Now a Furious Doctor is looking for more, but really he's just using it to pressure. Boone is into the back line, manages to avoid the Shadow Realm, I think, by just leaving. So that was very, very close for him, but by chaining those distortions deep into the back line of my dog Orcus, they were able to stay in this game and keep up the pressure that they need to finish it out.
I think that's going to be very major in the next coming minute. And like, until they get some way of Dustodon gets some way of dealing with the fact that four members out of 5. Oh, sorry. 5 members out of 5 can deal with his ult. They need to figure out a different strategy. Because as you can see, we do have a QSS on the side of Nautilus. I think a Furious Doctor got tired of getting hit by the ult every time Dustodon walked up and said, screw it, I'm getting a QSS as well.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Cleanse will get you.
Cleanse should. I think Cleanse does.
I think QSS are 2 different stats effects. It might, the chat will just tell me I'm wrong. Now, Dusk to Dawn is looking for something onto Boone. We know that if Boone falls, it takes away so much, and I mean so much of Murk Nimbus' damage, but they managed to take that top turret off of that Proto Belt forward. And now, as Elder drops, and they don't really want to be taking these fights anymore, it seems like they're just backing off and trying to reposition onto the map.
Yeah. Now they're just waiting for double buffs to be back up, I think. I think they're just going to look for poke, look for some, not poke, but, see if they can get a pick or something off of people. But for the most part, I think it's just waiting for double buffs to be back up. Try to set a vision around Elder and Baron and see what they can do as both teams are either at or nearing their 6th and final item.
Boone's looking for something, but Olsen may have actually caught him out here, and they know where everyone is. Everyone has vision. And something I do kind of want to point out is level difference right now. We're getting quite a substantial number of level 18s, but Olsen is 2 levels down on a Furious Doctor. And once Olsen gets that level 16 death from below, it will be a pretty big turning point for this champion as well. It means that he'll be getting more and more money. He'll be able to invest that towards maybe a GA to stay safer in the fights, if he does decide to stop buying pink wards and invest it into an item. But right now, in a game that is so dictated by this vision control, Olsen has been playing a pivotal role. 169 vision score. With that Umbral Glaive and Sweeper, he has been denying so much vision from Murk Nimbus. You can just see Murk Nimbus' support of Furious Doctor has 99, about to crest over 100, but 169 from Olsen? This guy's on fire right now.
Make that 171.
Oh my gosh.
Really hit the triple digits and said, let's go for 200. Let's double that.
And now Olsen's looking for something, but actually Boone knew he's going to fail the distortion. Over the wall is going to get stunned up, but either way, or actually I don't think he failed the distortion, I think he might have been stunned out of it.
I think he was stunned.
Heads up, stun from Olsen. Very clear play from him, and now this is the fight that both teams have been waiting for. Furious Doctor is so tanky with that Gargoyle Stone plate, and Drops is going to flash over and try and burn down Iron Player. Arctic. Oh my gosh, a Furious Doctor is getting lower and lower, and Elder Dragon is just now joining the pit. They weren't even fighting for Elder, they were just fighting to fight. Caitlyn is caught out, but it's looking like she's going to try and fight Dusk to Dawn. She's already used QSS, so it's going to be that 1v1 that is so critical. Now Alson's in a lot of trouble, and Stingus is getting burst down. Callie 1v1's Dusk to Dawn in his own Shadow Realm. That was the Jevil moment as a quadra kill comes out for Boone. Murk Nimbus pick up Game 4's victory without even the Elder Dragon. They just use it as a reason to fight.
And that was huge on the side of Murk. So far, the last series and this one have gone 2-5 games. It looks like Murk Nimbus has started to hit their stride. They really showed that they can change. They are able to kind of switch up what their playstyle is. Boone, instead of going for those artillery mages, goes in on this kind of aggressive, constant style damage on the LeBlanc, made Orcus kind of fear for their lives for that, and it really showed this game. It showed off a very different type of style of play, and a very interesting one that should proceed into Game 5.
Yeah, now this series is once again going to Game 5, and Murk Nimbus have been here before. This is nothing new to them. Last series in quarterfinals, they were taken to Game 5 as well, but this time they are positioned to reverse sweep. But I do want to talk about how close this series still is. I mean, Boone and Callie, that fight, overperformed, and I don't think a Furious Doctor died for a long time as well. So Murk Nimbus stepped up in that fight, and Callie finally got to the point that he felt comfortable, even when positioned far forward and aggressively, to 1v1 a lot of the members on My Dog Orcus' side.
I think that's very, very big because, like, I think the biggest problem was the fact that Callie in the past few games where they lost, even when they won the first game, when they won their first game, Callie wasn't stepping up, and I think this time he just proved that he can and does have that ability to really go in and go hard.
Yes, as we are going to go once again into a short, not so commercial break, so get yourselves ready for Silver Scray as we're going into Game 5 between Murk Nimbus and My Dog Orcus.
Hello, I am Mardor here with your other caster, Leche, and we are ready for this Game 5. Now, so far, it looked like Orcus really knew what they were doing those first two games and really kind of put Murk on the back foot, but Murk has so far come back, first on the back of Shadowy Figure, destroying on that Maokai, and then on the back of Callie and Boone really dealing the damage that they needed to and really popping off that last game.
Oh yeah, and it's been all about the early game for both of these teams. Game 1 and Game 2, it was my dog Orcus who obliterated Murk Esports early on and led that into a clean 35 and sub 30 minute win. But Murk started to pick up their pace as well. Instead of just, saying, all right, Corky, Kaisa, we'll wait it out and beat you in the late game, they started to play more aggressively. They started to pick bridges and early game comps, or not necessarily comps, but more early game champions to help them get to that phase in the game, those team fights in which they shine so spectacularly, and that's been one of the reasons they've managed to step up their game so much.
And I think that's really what's going to be a very big difference is what is Orcus going to do? Because if they don't win the early game, they don't do particularly well, and if they let it go for too late, then Murk Nimbus is in their comfort zone, and all of a sudden Murk Nimbus says, oh, okay, cool, we're going in, we're going to win these matches, we're going to destroy you. And Orcus hasn't had anything that they can really say against it. So far, none of the bans have been particularly different comparatively. We do see the fact that Ornn finally hasn't been banned, and that means that they're going to give that up to Shadowy Figure to give himself the Ornn and, kind of go ahead.
3 power picks. Ornn has always been so powerful with those ornaments in an incredibly strong lane phase. For a long time, he was the only viable tank, but Maokai has risen up from the depths of D tier recently to be able to really contest Ornn in that top lane for that top tank spot. And that's the matchup we're going to see this game. And we do have to mention that Shadowy Figure has been the one on tanks this whole series, and he's been the one shining, and we haven't really seen Dusk to Dawn on it that much.
And I think I'm kind of curious because the first match where he was doing well, he was on the Aatrox, he was on what appeared to be some sort of comfort pick, something that he was very powerful on. And since that's been taken away from him, he hasn't done as well. So is this Maokai just a pick for just a tanky person that they can have on their team and go in because they saw the way Shadowy Figure was able to play and do well on it? Or is this something that Dusk to Dawn can actually play?
With the Varus, I did kind of think that Murk Nimbus might go for more of a poke comp because Varus doesn't have a item that he can easily build at his power spikes that Ornn can upgrade. And that's one of the key parts, is making sure your mid and your bot both have items that as Ornn you can upgrade. So I thought that maybe this Varus was going to go for lethality where he can upgrade Youmu's, but Sejuani does signal towards more of a teamfight oriented composition, and we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Caitlyn Morgana was once again secured for Stingus and Olsen, and although they lost game 3, that game there was a massive bot gap. Callie was down immense amount of CS on the Varus even, so this is something that we've seen before, and in Game 5, to feel the comfort and confidence to bring back out the Varus into this matchup is something that, shows a lot of how he wants to play this game. Murk Nimbus are feeling confident, and if they continue through with this team fight comp, the one thing they're going to have to be careful about is not making sure that they fall back into old habits where they just wait and let the game be played while they're very hands-off. That's one of the reasons why my dog Orcus were able to take over this series early on. So I am expecting to see perhaps a Zoe for a blind pick if my dog Orcus secure a jungle here. Or maybe even... So, alright, you know what, Sean? Sometimes this is just how it is.
You just gotta think about the fact that there are champions that can't be banned in this game. Zoe was the third ban in the beginning of the round.
In a perfect world, where I'm always right. But Trundle, the counterpick to Sejuani, incredibly strong. Now he has 2 targets. He can hold Ornn and Sedge. That subjugation is going to have a lot of value. And although he has a very strong blind, Trundle is one of the strongest counterpick jungles in the game. And Tart, that signals even more team fight presence in late game. But once again, I'm expecting to see a bridge. I'm not expecting to see a Corki here. And if they do pick a Corki here, Murk Nimbus are going to have to clean up their early game a lot. Oh, they went even later game.
Alright. Interesting. Not gonna I don't really know how well a True Prophet is but I was gonna mention this. That's a team that looks really juicy for
Wow.
Silas Olds.
Yeah, doesn't come through though, and it's the Azir. So both these mid laners seem to just handshake it. Vladimir versus Azir. You can't get much more late game scaling than that.
So that's going to be pretty interesting. I'm kind of curious as to how that's going to play out, especially if they want to just yes. So I mean, so far a lot of these matches has been a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fighting. I'm curious to see if even with these champions they decide to get some fighting in, or if both of them just decide. I mean, it's going to be an interesting fight.
I am fully expecting to see my dog Orcus still fight because all the time, because that's what they've been doing all series. I mean, although they don't really have one of their more aggressive or early mid-game mid laners, they still have Trundle, an incredibly strong duelist early on and powerful counter pick into Sejuani. They still have Caitlyn and Morgana. These are lane dominant picks, which should be gaming Varus and Taric pretty hard in this game. So that being said, both teams are incredibly well positioned to scale, but I have to give the edge over to Murk Nimbus because they have the Ornn. That is so much value. That's 4 to 5k more gold that will be coming through their side just from that champion existing as they approach the late game. So if Murk are just left to scale and be perfectly fine, Vladimir will be in your backline. Shadowy Figure will be providing so much engage and teamfight prowess as well that if there's no way to disrupt the backline other than a Shurima shuffle, Kali also will be pumping out massive numbers. So if Mark Nimbus are able to return to form in terms of playstyle and cleaned up macro, I think this game should be in the bag for them. But if Stingus and Olsen get off the ground, all bets are off.
I mean, what I'm really curious to see is I mean, I assume Olsen's going to be just as aggressive as he's been in these past all of the matches, because he has been able to do well on these kind of champions, the Morgana, the kind of the Blitzcrank. He was able to get the hooks off. He was able to land some sort of roots, some snares, just to kind of scare them off. But what I'm really curious about is to see top lane, to see if they can't try to prevent Ornn from leveling up for as long as possible, and see if Duskdawn can do something against Shadow Figure's Ornn.
Yeah, and this is going to be it from us as we work through the spectator delay and get into game. This is going to be a pretty long one, but both these teams have shown that they're not afraid. Both these teams have shown they're not afraid to fight. So, to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure what I'm going to expect to see from Boone and True Prophet on these scaling picks. So, we've said it before and we'll say it again. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We will be right back with Game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, e-boys and e-girls, welcome back to Sugar Free League, and today we have the fifth and final game of the semi-final series between Murk and my dog Orcus. Both of these teams have fought valiantly through playoffs to get here, and now it is all on the back of one game in which they both decided to draft the most boring as possible drafts.
Oh, please invade. Make something interesting out of this match.
Oh,
my
it's
goodness.
Like they are. Well, I certainly favor. I certainly favor my dog Orcus in these early invades. They have Pillar, they have Morgana Bind, and they're looking for it. This is the first invade across all 5 games. So my dog Orcus are looking for some more action. This game is they are actually going to head in, but nothing is going to come of it.
See, I think the problem there was I don't think that they're used to invading. They should have gone through to the bottom lane tri-bush. If you do that, you actually have less of a chance of being seen. As you can see, it is actually dark on the side of Murk Nimbus down there. So they have that potential to actually go down, go through there, maybe catch a Varus off guard by going around through the Krug's camp and get the Varus in that way.
Yeah, and both of these junglers are starting bot side, and both teams are going to probably know that they're both starting bot side, which means both drops and Iron Player are going to know the kind of paths that they and the other jungler are going to take, and that means a lot in this final game, because being able to avoid the enemy jungler and avoid these early missteps are critical to making sure you don't get set on the back foot. And when both teams are scaling, if one gets a heavy advantage, it's pretty much over, especially if that team is going to be my dog Orcus, who have the Caitlyn Morgana bot lane, who are here to, lane Kingdom early on, and a much more proactive early champion in the Trundle. So if Murk Esports manage to hold on, this game should be theirs, but neither team's going to be out of it yet.
Now, so far, Stingus and Olsen are...
Doctor. Oh, he almost gets rooted. Olsen's positioning so far forward. That's the aggressive play that we've really come to expect from this player.
I mean, yeah, Olsen likes playing aggressive and likes doing stuff, and especially since Tarek's level 1, they have no way of really dealing with that if he gets hit with that root. And with the Caitlyn Morgana combos, that's just going to be a very big threat. Whereas every other lane, although Maokai is putting up the pressure against the Ornn, it really just looks like it's going to be mostly CSing.
Yeah, that lane not going to have a lot of kill threat for quite some time, that is, unless Drops decides he wants to come up here, and he does. He's going to land the slow, and Shadow Figure, though, some miscommunication. They don't really follow up, but now Iron Player is actually looking to dive Drops. Trundle is such a powerful duelist, and really, I guess he just wants to abuse Drops, break his mental. He's looking for more and more this game. The binding's actually going to land. Here comes the trap as well. That's going to be a lot of damage going on, but Drops goes into Iron Players, looking for something more. That last auto doesn't go out, which means the Permafrost will not either. Iron Player walks out. A lot more action early on than we were initially expecting from these drafts.
And that's really getting me pretty excited for the match. Everybody but mid lane is constantly fighting. Shadow Figure, trying to build an item, and Dusk to Dawn saying, well, I want to deal some damage to you, do that. So far, does look like Dusk to Dawn is getting this kind of early advantage, but we do know that Ornn has the potential to just kind of come back up later, especially with those Ornn items and with those Ornn upgrades. That's going to be very major if he gets to those higher levels, and we saw that both junglers are totally fine with putting in some priority top lane. I mean, especially since Stingus and Olsen are so pressure heavy up bot lane that there's no point in pressuring that as Iron Player.
Yeah, Iron Player does have the slight CS advantage, but that's just the jungle clear difference between Trundle and Sejuani. But these junglers are looking for their level 6. Getting Subjugate is going to be crucial in terms of being able to poke out and kill Shadowy Figure, but a Furious Doctor is trying to make sure that Olsen can't get too much on his own ADC. But that also means that a Furious Doctor is going to be very starved for mana now and in an extremely dangerous spot. Now, both of these tanks are just going at it, but something you need to notice. Maokai has gone the Grasp, and just by the nature of his champion is going to have more healing in these trades, which means he's going to be favored. A lot of times, Ornns will go the Grasp if that's what they're looking for, but Shadow Figure instead has opted into the Unsealed Spellbook, trying to look for more combat-oriented summoner spells, or just more flexibility overall in terms of those. So by going that, though, he's going to have a weaker laning phase than Dusk to Dawn.
I think that's could prove very major, especially because we've seen how much both teams have been trying to apply some pressure in some lane, get something ahead somewhere, and since bot lane is being pressured so often by Olsen and Iron Player, just helping True Profit get that CS lead. I think I'm yep, just kind of coming in, helping out.
You just, as the Trundle, you were literally there just to push in Boon. It's pretty hard to farm as Vladimir under turret very early on before you get a lot of CD. So that's going to be pretty big for denying his CS and keeping up this one wave and counting CS lead that True Profit has generated. Cali is forced to stay in lane with this yet again aggressive play from Olsen. This guy has just been in Cali's and a Furious Doctor's face, not letting them have a laning phase almost any of the games they've played.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been very fatal to Cali. I mean, this time they're with something else like the Taric. They've actually potentially had the chance to barely doesn't get the knock up inside of the inside of that turret range. But now that they're both level 6, it looks like there's some potential fighting going on Dusk Dawn for Shadowy Figure. But back to bot lane, as I was saying, Olsen has been able to just kind of be up in your face on Cali and force Cali to just kind of...
Oh, Dusk Dawn in the top side is getting traded with, and he's going to Twisting Advance forward. Now, he's making sure that he uses the Nature to actually make sure that Shadowy Figure can't use the second part of the Horn, but Shadowy Figure doesn't care, he's just going to R right through it. He picks up the kill, and that is a lead in the top side so far this game. Shadowy Figure, other than that one Jace anomaly, we'll call it, has been stepping up in this series. And in the semifinal matches, or pardon me, the quarterfinal matches, sometimes he was looking like one of the weak links, but here and now, he has stepped up, and a tank versus tank matchup, tank versus carry matchup, it doesn't matter what end he's on, he's been winning.
And I think that's what's been very major. Dusk Dawn does use teleport to get back up, but Shadow Figure just says, I'll just DOA and it's fine.
Oh, here's Iron Player, but there's more than just 2 members from Murk. Cali's going to pick up that kill. Piercing Arrow was massive in that fight. Now Iron Player's going to get stunned up by the Permafrost, and that might be it. A Furious Doctor, though, picks up that kill, a 2-for-0 in the bot lane. I don't think Iron Player expected drops to show up out of nowhere there.
Yeah, they really just said, oh, it'll be fine. We have this level, we have this advantage on the other team. We'll be A-okay. And then all of a sudden, drops appeared, and it was a fight that they really just did not want to take. And you can see by the deaths and just the side of Murk Nimbus. We thought this would be a boring game, but so far, 3-0 on the side of Murk Nimbus. They're really pulling up ahead. Mid lane is still just a CS fest. But other than that, there's a lot of battle, there's a lot of fighting going on everywhere else on the map.
Now,
keeping us entertained and interested.
You may be surprised that I don't have a stats team here, but I do believe that the team that's gotten first Dragon has won all of the games that they did. So this first Dragon is signaling a little bit of a series meta change for Murk Nimbus that's favoring them pretty heavily here, and now Shadow Figure is going to charge forward, trying to knock up Dusk Dawn, but you see the healing advantage that he has in these trades. The one advantage that he doesn't have is the mana advantage. This guy is running so low to be able to keep healed up and sustain in these fights, and with drops on the top side, he should be picking up level 6 very quickly, yep, on that blue buff. That means that the longer range engages, those Glacial Prisons are going to be that much more powerful. But with Rift Herald picked up, Iron Player gets that practically for free, and that's also going to be up to him. So a lot of onus on the junglers right now as we move forward.
And I think that's going to be very big, as we see that mid lanes have both rotated down to bot lane, and bot lane has gone mid lane, because as we noticed, Stingus and Olsen have had that pressure onto Furious Doctor and Cali that, Azir and versus Vladimir really hasn't been able to bring up to anything interesting. And I think that's really what they want, especially with this Rift Herald. They want to see if they can crack open mid lane, get something good out of that. As I say that, they both go back to their bot lane.
And one of the things is you want to let your Azir and Vladimir farm safely. But, ooh, getting hit by that and going into the puddle. That does not feel good. Mistake. Yeah, that does not feel good if you are Boone. You might never miss, but that was certainly not the play you wanted, and that's going to actually put him in a pretty hefty disadvantage in mid if Azir decided to stay, but he doesn't. That's going to mean Boone's just going to transfuse his way back into this mid lane, and it's going to be a full health versus full health. But something you need to notice is that One True Prophet has a sizable CS lead, and one of the reasons is he's kind of been just forcing the side lanes. Shadow Figure actually misses the charge and is not going to hit the knockup on a Dust to Dawn, but it looks like he has the trade advantage, and he's going to start being able to zone this Maokai completely off waves.
One thing I...
Uh-oh, Callie manages to land the Infernal Chains. Or, pardon me, not Infernal Chains, but he does manage to land the root. That's going to be it. Drops as well, lands the Glacial Prison, just to ensure that kill does go their way. Olsen, Murk, Nimbus are finally punishing this aggressive play. Every time he steps up, it seems like Drops has been there. But in the semifinals and quarterfinals, we have seen Drops give bot a lot of attention. And one of the reasons it seems is that they want to make sure Kelly doesn't get behind and Kelly can make these frontline plays. But also, sometimes Kelly's positioning can make those early leads turn into nothing. So this game so far is going to be on Kelly until it gets to the super late game to be able to recover his team. And now a Twisting Advance actually manages to miss the Ornhorn Shadowy Figure. Outplayed there, buddy.
I think what really happened bot lane was you saw the Caitlyn get hit by the Verisol, and then Olsen sees that they're going up to stun the Caitlyn, try to get that kill, and he says, "It's okay, I will Black Shield you," then gets hit by the Glacial Prism, and he no longer can do anything, but was able to save his AD carry from almost certain death. And really, right before that play, I was going to mention this. It's no longer very true, but both teams were very near to each other in gold difference, right? And we're looking at it again, where we're only what 9K, almost 1,000 gold down, but Rift Herald hadn't been dropped yet.
Olsen going to land that Dark Binding onto a Furious Doctor, but now it's a 3v4, and Olsen gets picked out. Boone is looking onto the backline. Stingus is so low and is going to fall under turret. And now, Iron Player is fleeing for his life. Flashes out. Nimbus Cloak is going to give him that extra range he needs. Chunked out by the Piercing Arrow. That's a 2-for-0 and Dragon Pressure.
I think it was very major, and all of a sudden now you can see that Murk Nimbus is finally getting their gold advantage that I was talking about. They really need that. Rift Herald has been dropped. That is all that gone. And it looks like Murk Nimbus is just coming online. They are ready to win these fights. They are ready to get what they want.
Oh, the Shurima Shuffle from One True Prophet is going to put Murk in a very dangerous situation. But a massive stun from Furious Doctor. He's just sitting under the turret right now, and he is going to get snared up, is going to die. But turning a turret dive around like that does tend to come with a cost. Great play from a Furious Doctor and Callie.
Honestly, very good turret goal. He just says, "Okay, well, fine. I'm taking turret right now, but I'll just stay invulnerable." And Callie knows that since there's an invulnerability, they have that time window. Callie just goes all in, gets the return kill, and really makes that a good 1-for-1 trade.
Oh yeah, and now this dragon is looking like it actually could go either team's ways, but Stingus is cut out yet again. No flash, no heal. Other than that net right there, he has no way out, and that means he's going to take a massive disadvantageous trade. While Callie, some poke in return to him. Stingus using that ult to try and keep him down, but popping a health potion and using his Vampiric Scepter is going to keep him in tip-top shape for this upcoming fight.
I think that's major. The only big difference between this fight is Olsen still has his ult, so that is a good thing, but I don't think that Orcus has the potential to actually pressure any part of Baron.
Uh-oh.
Although the...
Or, pardon me, I missaw.
Oh, okay. No, it's just a good old thing. I think
oh
really...
God. Cloud Dragon?
Oh no, the horde! Oh.
Both mid laners fighting there for blue buff. Although Boone doesn't really need it, he does not want One True Prophet to have it, so They're both
One
just going to kind of have a little bit of scuffle and then walk away.
I think One Brava does end up with it though, so that's good for him. He really does want that.
Yeah, Shining Finger and Dusty Dawn, they're just going at it.
I mean, I think tanks killing tanks is the most interesting fight you could ever watch. You know, you can see the 100 health by 100 health slowly get whittled away.
And that's really what makes it such an interesting fight. You know, seeing the Grasp proc 3 times and Maokai heal over 1,000 health really makes you think.
Really, you know, it lets you enjoy the fight. Now, I do think that Maokai will be able to build Spear versus, especially against that Vladimir and Sejuani passive.
This is actually getting pretty low. Orn is going to get subjugated, and that means he has almost no stats, but in comes drops. The second part of the Orn is not going to manage to come out. Shadowy Figure doesn't survive that long, but Dust to Dawn mistimes the twisting advance, is going to get snared up, and that is going to spell his Doom Iron player is now trying to run away through his domain. Already been permafrosted, but Cali picks up the double kill 5-0. This, just like the quarterfinals, Cali comes online game 5. This is the ADC they've been needing, and now he steps up.
Took him a little while, but he got there in the end. We are noticing the fact that the rest of Orcus just said, okay, we're not going to get anything else out of it. They're going to get Rift Herald, but we'll just go for double bot lane turrets. Kind of trade off turret and Rift Herald for that. Now, unfortunately, that does mean that all their turrets are focused bot lane, and they're really going to need to figure out some way to deal with opening up mid lane, opening up top lane, when both top lane and top lane is being pressured. And now with Cali, if he just sits mid lane, he should be able to get some kills, put some pressure back onto the side of Orcus, and they should be able to drop mid lane outer with Rift Herald right about in time for Dragon to spawn. Maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, and watching now these lane assignments come through, Azir just trying to farm in the only lane he has a tier 1 left. And this is critical for my dog Orcus, just to be able to survive this series, making sure your Azir stays in the game.
I mean, and so far his CS has been impeccable. You know, 175 CS. What, near not even 17 minutes of the game. He's doing pretty well. He's got the CS that he needs, but he does just want to keep safe. And if Murk Nimbus does end up dropping mid lane turret, he's not going to have a safe spot to farm. As you can see that he already had to go top, start grabbing Krugs, start doing other things to get the CS that he needs.
Yeah, he has been staying on top of it. You see in the CS differential, you see it in the 10 CS per minute already at 18 minutes. Call this guy Froggen. He is looking to scale, and that's something we really hadn't seen most of these games from One True Prophet. He had been playing early, proactive mid laners, and we wondered, is he going to be able to, you know, change his playstyle that drastically? And so far, he has been in tip-top shape. As this blue buff actually gets handed over to Cali, they want more and more piercing arrows. He has been hard carrying these fights, as you see with his insane kill participation, 5-0-3. He has been everywhere that Murk Nimbus has been succeeding.
And that's really the major thing. The major... okay, I just wanted to see if they would notice that kind of recall, or if they would go in. But, that's really been everything that's... Okay, so... I keep expecting some sort of fight to break out, but nothing big happening except for Boone...
Boone,
trying to stop the recall, I guess.
Boone certainly wanted a fight to happen. He was going for it, but Minions didn't really want to let that happen. Olsen was kind of hovering around this turret, trying to protect it in some way, making sure that the Rift Herald is down. Pretty much just all he's going to do, though. And everyone's looking for this dragon, because if Murk Nimbus get it, that is 3rd dragon, and critical towards them getting this soul. An Infernal Soul is going to be so powerful in these fights, in this preparation, with the piercing arrows. The poke is going to be immense, so both these teams want this soul more than ever on their scaling compositions, but it seems like it's going right over to Murk.
So far, Orcus knows they have no vision there. They don't have any way to contest, no real... no, okay.
Yeah, so but now the twisting advantage advance, and the Nature's Grasp coming out. Dust to Dawn on the front line. Shadowy Figures trying to get something onto Stingus, who is so low. Expect to see the Oran Horn, and he misses it. In comes Tark and Vulnerability, though. That means that Drops and the rest of the backline are perfectly safe. One True Prophet is just pumping out damage. It seems like he's untouchable, but Shadowy Figure, he might be touchable, but he's not going to die. He is not hurt enough yet. One True Prophet has picked up the Oblivion Orb to try and deal that short-term damage with that magic penetration, but that doesn't mean anything to Orin. He's already upgraded 2 of his items. He's level 13, and he's about to start upgrading his teammates once they get the itemization for it.
And I think this game proves more than ever why you always have to deal against that Ornn. Always try to ban it. Always try to do something against it, because Ornn was just on the back line. It showed Shadowy Prophet doing what he does best and saying, hey, I'm a tank, but I can kill you anyway. And that's exactly what he did to the Caitlyn, and Stingus was just forced to retreat. Wasn't even a part of that fight at all, but couldn't do much against the fact that Ornn is just tanky and deals a lot of damage.
Oh yeah. Now Boone, despite not having a mana bar, wants that 10% CDR. Wants that XP from the blue buff, so he's just going to take that. Drops has been really heads up about assisting his lanes. Only one of these games did he play a real traditional kind of carry jungler, and even then, as Graves, he was handing his buffs off to his carries, so he has all been about how to enable his teammates, and you can still see that even now. Back in the bot lane, Shadowy Figure and Dust to Dawn are fighting and duking it out yet again, so it's going to be really dangerous, and you know, you have to keep your eyes out everywhere where Drops is. Drops and Shadowy Figure, if they join the rest of the team, are going to be looking for initiations, but until then, it's going to be a little bit of a snooze fest.
Yeah, I think really Orcus.
Oh, speaking of that, Drops goes in onto Morgana, and you can't Black Shield the AD damage from Kali, making sure that Morgana just gets picked out time and time again. Alcyn has been incredible about positioning offensively, aggressively, and Murk and Nimbus are sick of it. So in this Game 5, they are turning their responses up to 11, and every time they see him step up, the Glacial Prison comes out, the chains come out. They do not want this guy to get out alive, and Iron Player is getting zoned off by Shadowy Figure and Boone. He might not be able to find a way into the Baron Pit, and this could just go into Murk's Nimbus's pocket. It seemed like it will. 1k, and that's going to be it. It goes towards Murk Nimbus. Iron Player and One True Prophet are both zoned off. Caitlyn secures the mid turret, which is going to give them pressure, but not really worth it.
Really unfortunate. Any time that any sort of pressure has come out from the side of Orcus, it just doesn't. I mean, Murk Nimbus is just constantly getting any sort of neutral objective, any sort of anything that they can, anything that they want. They just say, okay, this is mine. I'm taking it now. Good luck trying to stop me. And it's so early on in the game that Orcus has no way to deal with their constant output of damage and the Baron minion.
One thing we do need to address, though, is the fact that Vladimir did just get his Spellbinder, and that's going to be a nice chunk of damage, but he's not really that strong until he finishes his next item or two. Right now, all of the damage is on this Rageblade Bork Varus. He did get his Bork upgraded, which means that he is that much stronger, but if you manage to find a way onto Cal, if you hit him with a binding, if you Shurima Shuffle, Pillar, or Twisting Advance this guy and manage to burst him down, almost all of the damage from Murk Nimbus is gone. Murk Esports are going to be in a real pickle if Kali is found out, and that is an issue we've seen all 5 games, is his positioning, so that's something that we really need to keep our eyes on. Where on the map is his team putting him to pick up farm and play aggressively? Where is he in team fights? Where is he when they prepare for team fights? Where is he when objectives are up? These are things that you need to make sure you're looking for, because if he missteps even once, we know that my dog Orcus love to pull the trigger, and they're probably feeling pressured right now, so if ever given a chance, they might just go for it.
I think the biggest thing that we're going to have to be watching out for is, I mean, I think that Taric, right? The Taric should be able to keep him alive. If they don't burst him within that 1 to 2 second window before the Taric ult finishes, there's nothing they can do. That'll give Kali all the time he needs to heal back up to full and kill off the members of. Oh, wow!
Yet again, Alsen is just picked off. That aggressive playstyle is just not working out anymore. Now Stingus might be in a little bit of trouble, but Boone actually is the one who gets returned with the damage, but it doesn't matter. This guy's just walking out back to half health, and Callie picks up the kills, and he's just still looking forward. Shadowy Figure trying to do something onto Stingus. Tark with the flash, and Callie's pumping out so much damage. Fury Structure picks up the kills, though, and now Stingus is just trying to delay for time. Boone's walking forward to get the kill, and Callie picks up the double, and now with legendary status, he walks his team over to the Infernal Dragon, to the Infernal Soul, and possibly to a victory.
And I think that's gonna be, that honestly might spell doom for the side of Orcus. They're gonna have to figure out some way of getting these kills, getting more damage off, when now all of a sudden Callie is dealing progressively more and more damage. Shadowy Figure does not fucking die.
Oh, watch your language.
Sorry.
He does not freaking die. This is my Christian Minecraft server, and I'm not going to let that kind of attitude slide. But Boone is now just using the pressure that his team has acquired to make sure that he's practically untouchable and setting Iron Player even farther behind. Already a 2-level advantage for Drops. Drops has his whole jungle, though. Iron Player, you can't say the same.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing for Scuttle, Scuttle Crab going over, and what, two minutes till Baron, where those 2 minutes are fully in the hands of Murk Nimbus. They can kind of do whatever they want, and if they could just stop making these series go to 5 games, I'd deeply appreciate it.
Murk, definitely in the driver's seat here. 8k gold up. Item or item and a half across the board up nearly. And now that Varus has his wit's end, the AP damage from Azir is going to mean even that much less as well. The Ginsu's damage is going to be amplified. Morg is looking just to try and do something, and she steps up. Now Trundle's trying to shield for her. Iron Player is going to fall in exchange. Callie picks up the kill. He's absolutely popping off this fight. Now using the piercing arrow from downtown. The Javel's in here tonight, and he's looking for some more damage as they're just sieging mid.
I think they really don't even. They're applying the pressure that they have from Infernal. That Infernal damage is too much, and it honestly might prove the end for the side of Orcus. And I think True Prophet is trying to do something on the backside here, but yeah, trying to say go in.
He's going for a Shurima Shuffle, and that would be massive if Tarek didn't make sure his entire team was perfectly safe. Callie trying to pick off Dust to Dawn, who goes hobbling back to the Nexus, and this is going to be it. Double kill for Callie. This is going to be a finals appearance for Murk Esports, taking it to 2 Game 5s in a row. BM stopwatches under tower. These guys have been going the distance this playoffs. Maximum number of games. They're just trying to get more practice for finals, I guess, as we're going to break down the post-game as we try and get in MVP of this game for a little interview, so stick around for that as you listen to Mardor break a few facts down.
Alright, let's talk some statistics. Specifically, the fact that only 2 people on the side of Murk Nimbus died that last match. They really showed why they deserve to go to finals. Shadowy Figure really helps his team going down those first few games. And although it wasn't enough, it looks like finally the Callie that we saw practicing up in quarterfinals and doing those matches before kind of came online. He got the Varus that he wanted. The Tarek finally is some kind of champion that just keeps him alive, and that's all they needed to keep their damage and keep their protection up and constant, because Callie was able to bring his team over. I mean, although Vladimir was starting to get his items, starting to get to that point, it didn't even matter because Callie had the Bork, the upgraded Bork, actually specifically, the Ginsu's, the Wit's End, the Executioners to stop their team from healing. Maokai couldn't do anything. I think they thought, oh, hey, if we take a Maokai, maybe we could deal with the Ornn, maybe we have that kind of tinky damage, but it just didn't matter. They couldn't deal with the Ornn. I think the biggest problem there was they couldn't figure out who to ban towards that last match, especially because they knew the champions that really ruined them early on in these matches, and instead
yeah, so we are going to get Callie in here now. Voted MVP by his own team, so we're excited to see what he says about Game 5 in particular, where he really stepped it up. Um, and yeah, just put shortly, Boone didn't want to talk today, so we had to settle for Callie. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Trust me. I was like, Boone, just go, and he's like, no, I don't want to.
Would have also accepted Shadowy Figure. He did seem to do pretty well those first few
Oh.
matches.
Yeah, he carried the Maokai game. Like, he hard carried us through that. That
Yeah,
was disgusting.
I mean, he did well the last game, but you want to talk about the rest of them?
Okay. So game 1, that was just depressing for both Boone and myself. We were like, we can't do anything. Like, Kiana, Aatrox, Hecarim just jump on us and we just die. And it was so depressing for both of us. The next game we kind of picked Kaisa and they went Caitlyn, so that's a fun lane. And then it didn't help that like we were still kind of talking about first game a little bit. I don't know. And game 2 was just yikes. But then game 3 we were like, you know what? Like fuck it, let's just pick the Varus because they picked Caitlyn, and then they picked Morgana, so we went Yumi. And our mental got like completely reset, I guess, and we just stomped from there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. In the best of 5, you guys managed the reverse sweep, and you've been getting as many games as possible into this postseason. How do you feel about going into finals? Do you guys think that you're confident and ready for it? Maybe a little bit cocky, or do you think you're getting ready to sit down and make some plans?
I mean, we had plans going into this one. That's the problem. I think the biggest thing is that we kind of go in with our plans, not knowing how they play, though. So we go in with this plan, it doesn't work, then we kind of like adapt our plan a little bit, doesn't work again, then we adapt our plan, and then we, like, game 3, we figured out how they played, and like, it takes us 2 games to figure them out, I guess. And then once we figure them out, it's just, it's a little easier after that, and we just kind of win.
It's the reverse sweep buff.
Yeah, it was. We literally first 2 games we were like, we didn't understand what was going on. We were just mind blown that we were getting beat this bad. And then we just switched up our entire game plan. Yeah, of course it happens, but it was just so like we had no idea what was going wrong. We were just like, maybe it's pick ban, maybe it's this, not sure. And then me and Doc kind of started abusing their support because he kind of stepped up like their jungler was there every second of every like game.
Yeah, especially game 5. Poor Olsen.
He got ulted so much. My heart went out to him, man. He just was constantly like, he has this kind of aggressive side to him, and it worked out those early games when y'all weren't really sure what to do, but later on he got just destroyed.
Yeah, and we kind of figured out that he didn't have the reaction time to get the black shields down, so we just kind of pulled the trigger. We were like, he's not black shielding before we throw it, just go. I don't think he'll black shield it in time. So
yeah, no, that was
Drops had some crazy jukes with those, like that dragon. Oh man, whew, that was spicy.
Well, Callie, thank you so much for coming on to the interview desk, I guess, for Sugar Free League semifinals. Make sure to catch us tomorrow at 8 p.m. ET yet again, where we have the other semifinal match, where the finalists will be determined. The team that goes up against Murk Nimbus in the end of this season of Sugar Free. Callie, do you have any closing thoughts you'd like to say?
Yeah, the usual, the good old fashioned. Got to give a shout out to Dragonline. God bless them. Make sure you check them out. They help you find tournaments. They have an app, so go check out Dragonline. Super helpful for anyone that's trying to become, an amateur player.
Well, Callie, thank you so much for coming with us on the desk, and that's going to be it for us today at Sugar Free. Make sure to check in tomorrow, 8 p.m. ET, and we'd love to see y'all back again.